It means a lot now. It means a lot to me. It's not like you were in a prison. Is someone gonna throw away the key? When you come for your last wishes, so who would you ask for? Who would you ask for? It means a lot. It means a lot. It means a lot to me. Tell me what that self-pity really done to you. Are you the same? Are you defeated? Are you obsessed? Can she make you better? Can she make you young? Strangers making strange confessions, hard by FBI possessions. Don't go leaving it home. Kisses, I will be out the door. I will be out the door. It means a lot. It means a lot, no, yeah. It means a lot to me. Oh, it means a lot. It means a lot.
Council will stand in session. Roll call, please.
I'm not here asking you to stop growth.
A member of my family was killed with a gun. It can happen, and it does, and it was an accident.
I implore you to vote against these fares and cutting services.
Aye passes 5-2.
A lot can happen in a day. We'll make sure you don't miss a thing.
your shoulder, and I didn't mean to make you cry. Why will lift you up, my darling, if you will be my bride. I didn't mean to say those angry words, and didn't mean for your heart to break, but you have got to stay, my darling, for the children's sake. Baby, baby, can you hear me? Don't you know when love is true? Open up for wooden horses, make believe they're loving you, 'cause you waited for it. Let them in on bended knee. Trust your heart and then ignore it as the angel of reprieve. I didn't mean to be so jealous, love, but how else was I gonna prove no one would treat you half as kind or love you like I do? Baby, 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 can you hear me? Don't you know when love is true? Open up for wooden.
City Council to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Williams.
I'm here.
Councilmember Daniels Cohen.
Present.
Councilmember Daniels Cohen.
Here.
Councilmember Grimes.
Here.
Councilmember Mail.
Here.
Councilmember Schultz.
Here.
Councilmember Siemens.
Present.
Councilmember Smith.
Here.
Okay, we're all here. There are no additional agenda items for this evening. Quick update on upcoming meetings next Monday, July 15th. Don't forget that there's a presentation on the community's proposal for a fenced dog park. The following Monday, the 22nd, there are presentations from Washington Adventist Hospital on their relocation and from WMATA on the Tacoma Metro development. And then that's the last meeting of the council before we go on break. The following Monday, the 29th, the Brendel Group has a community meeting on environmental sustainability here in this room at 7 o'clock, Monday the 29th. I'd encourage everybody to attend. And then the council will be on break and coming back on Tuesday, September 3rd, since Monday, September 2nd is Labor Day. We don't have any items for the record, and so we will move at this point to public comment. And I would ask that anybody making comments this evening, please keep your comments to the 3 minutes. I will enforce the 3 minutes. I usually give people some slack to go a little bit over 3 minutes, but tonight I'll be enforcing exactly 3 minutes, so I will keep the buzzer going until you stop. So, be warned. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Julie Taddeo, Ward 2, co-founder of Safe Grow Zone. I want to thank all of you for the time and attention you've devoted to this matter since we first came before you over a year ago. Tonight is our third work session on this issue. You have before you the COE's report and additional research conducted by Dr. Paul Krastowski. We were very pleased with the committee's supermajority vote in favor of the ordinance. You also have two versions of the ordinance now to consider. The most recent revisions address some residents' concerns over enforcement and substantially reduce the fines. Warnings first, then fines as low as $25 to $100. Compare this to $200 for a first violation of the noise ordinance, $500 for littering. It seems fair, perhaps too gentle, but we are willing to accept that. Unfortunately, a minority is trying every strategy possible to delay the passage of this ordinance. We don't want to take any more teeth out of this ordinance. The City Council is elected to make laws that are enforced and that protect us. I've sat in this audience so many times now, and I know that not every measure you pass will please 100% of residents. But when the majority is in favor, it seems obvious what you should do. Over 450 supporters, including environmental organizations like the Chesapeake Climate Action Network and local officials like Mark Elrich, have signed their names to this initiative. They support an ordinance, not a token education campaign. We were happy about Washington Adventist Hospital, a major institution recognizing the threat to human health posed by cosmetic lawn pesticides. And we thank Councilmember Smith for reaching out to the hospital's president. But it wasn't education alone that achieved this. Catherine Cummings and I personally policed those grounds for a year and caught the landscapers in 2 violations of their earlier promise to not treat with pesticides. A real ordinance will guarantee future compliance, especially if management of the hospital or ownership of the property ever changes. Education alone did not work in Toronto. It was the ban that dramatically increased compliance. When we decided to value trees or control noise or reduce littering, we didn't pass an education-only law. We passed laws with consequences. Montgomery County tried an education campaign asking restaurant owners to comply. They gave them 5 years to voluntarily comply with non-smoking policy. It finally took a ban to make our restaurants smoke-free. Education alone simply cannot compete with the multi-billion-dollar industry that promotes so many of these pesticides as safe. Their representatives have sat in this audience many times. For every dollar we spend to educate, the pesticide lobby will spend 10. This is about public health. We're keeping our speeches to a minimum, but those who want to speak, I encourage them to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And a reminder that there's one beep at 30 seconds to go, and then at time's up, then it'll keep beeping.
Keith Berner, Flower Avenue, from the best ward in Tacoma Park. Which ward is that? Ward 5.
Ward 3.
I'm not here to speak of the health and environmental impacts of pesticides. Others are more expert on that topic than I, though I think it's a no-brainer that poison is bad, less poison is better, and poison should be used only when it's extremely well justified and there are no other alternatives. And the case in point here is whether the use of pesticides can ever be justified for cosmetic reasons only. This comes down to politics and the ugliest strain of the American political ethos. On the one hand, we have an overwhelming number of concerned residents of our little oasis of sanity in this crazy world. On the other, we have Tacoma Park's own Tea Party. Call them the TPTP. Our Tea Party, just like the one that has paralyzed the government and social progress across the country, is a small minority with a big mouth. It's more concerned about its immediate whims and fancies than it is about the public good. A pretty lawn, doing it their way, not the way some enemy, the government, tells them to. From Alabama to Alaska, the TPTP's philosophical brethren condemn government without realizing that government, at least in enclaves like this one, is the people. Government is the last bastion to protect us from rapacious corporations and the huge costs of unfettered individualism. So is your pretty lawn worth the illness of a child next door? Is it worth damaging the Chesapeake Bay's ecosystem? The answer can only be yes if you subscribe to a most horrific form of selfishness. And in fact, most of us chose to live in Tacoma Park to escape just such a creed. There's a sad tendency, especially in the so-called mainstream media, to declare that the existence of two sides to any argument, ipso facto, demonstrates the equivalence of each, and that under all circumstances, split the difference compromise is the solution. Well, sorry. There is no compromise between anti-science climate change deniers and the rest of us. There is no place for a compromise that aims to teach us about the dangers of rising seas and temperatures while doing nothing about them. There is no compromise between teaching about cosmetic use of pesticides and banning them. The only solution when arguments do not have equal merits is to beat the side that is wrong. In this case, it's the pretty lawn people who are wrong. To the counter, stop trying to find a compromise that will satisfy the Tea Party. What you must do is find 4 votes to beat them. Now do it. The community's watching.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm David Schmaltz. I'm in Ward 1 on Willow Avenue. I'm here, I think, to apologize tonight. I understood in the initial discussions of this ordinance that this ordinance was focusing upon creating a safe grow area within Tacoma Park. As I've watched the conversation unfold, I've realized that it really wasn't about that. I'm not sure still what it's about. As I've read the latest draft of the ordinance, I recognize that the ordinance appears to be largely unenforceable. Why one would pass an unenforceable ordinance is a little bit beyond me. I'm not arguing in favor of spraying chemicals just to have a beautiful lawn. What I'm actually arguing in favor of is a community that gets together and not only has hearings but listenings and seeks to understand when someone says, this doesn't seem right. The way this has gone about doesn't seem right. So I apologize. I understand that this is evidence of what we see a lot of in government, which is we must get a coalition together that will overwhelm whatever quiet, small, reasonable voice might be not in opposition at all, but seeking to be in support. As we've raised questions and concerns, these have been generally deflected, leaving us feeling a little baffled. I now read the draft ordinance and I don't know how to comply. I'm pretty sure that I could be caught non-complying. It would be an accident, believe me. But since there's no way to enforce the ordinance, I guess I'm okay. So I apologize.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Christina Fitzpatrick. I'm in Ward 3. And I came here tonight to oppose the ban. And I was not expecting to get as angry as I already am. I am offended by the speaker who was up here two speakers ago, essentially characterizing me as a Tea Partier climate change denier, head in the sand. I don't know what else. That there was a lot of characterizations of the anti-ban side that are just not true and are offensive. I feel like this debate on the listservs and in this council room have been characterized as either you're against pesticides and therefore you are in favor of the ban, or you're in favor of pesticides and only people who are in favor of pesticides would oppose the ban. And that's just not true. As the person who came before me said, the issue here is, the biggest issue to me is the enforcement, and that how could you enforce this bill without either having neighbors telling on neighbors that I saw this person spraying something that I think might be a banned substance, or sampling everybody's lawns to see who is or is not in compliance. And then there are questions of the reliability of these tests. There are questions of when was the application of the pesticide made. You won't know that. Nobody can know that. So I wish that this discussion would be about, I think we are all in agreement that pesticides are harmful and that the excessive use of pesticides is something that is good to, that we want less use of pesticides. And if we could all agree, I think if we could recognize that we all agree on that, then we can work on a solution from there. And there are reasonable alternatives to an outright ban. So I just wish the rhetoric would stay reasonable and stay with, we have all chosen to live in Tacoma Park for reasons, and we share those. So let's start from there and be reasonable instead of mischaracterizing and deriding the intentions of people who don't agree with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Robert Lanza, 7215 Cedar Avenue, member of the Tacoma Park Tea Party. The ordinance as written and considering Councilmember Mail's proposed revisions also will be very difficult for Tacoma Park residents and businesses to comply with. There would be hundreds of individual chemical compound names on the ban list, including endocrine disruptors and a lot of other things that a lot of people in this room probably aren't familiar with. In order to purchase and use a pesticide product, residents and businesses would first need to compare the list of ingredients on the ban list to the list of ingredients on the back of the pesticide package and determine whether one of the banned chemicals is on the list. Pesticide labels are required by law, by EPA. They cannot be changed. And if the information is there, it's there. But people are not going to have an easy time comparing those two lists. Then the person would have to identify the specific plant that they are going to spray the pesticide at to ensure that that plant either is or is not on the exemption list. So now people trying to comply with this rule have to have knowledge of toxicology and botany in order to figure out whether they're in compliance. So you've created something that's complicated enough that people are either going to get it wrong or they're going to just throw up their hands and they're going to ignore it, both of which would not be good. So what I'm telling you is that the more complexity you have in this regulation, the more difficult it's going to be for people to comply with it. Also, with respect to education, the proponents of this ordinance have no evidence whatsoever that education will not be effective because education has never been tried in Tacoma Park. Comparing Tacoma Park to Ontario is ridiculous. Ontario has a population of millions. They have resources, they have laboratories, they have inspectors, they have a lot of things that we in Tacoma Park do not have. The most important thing they have is the ability to regulate commerce. The products are not on the shelves in Ontario, therefore people cannot make an honest mistake and apply the wrong pesticide in the wrong place because they regulate commerce. You cannot do that. Therefore, what I would suggest is that we start with education, measure whether education works, and the proponents have no idea whether or not it will, because Ontario's not really comparable. And then if we need to have something stronger than education, we do that. But we don't do that in the next 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marty Ittner from Ward 5. I live in Tacoma Park and am a steward for Friends of Sligo Creek. In nature, nothing exists alone. So said our local activist, Rachel Carson. Because of this very basic truth, I strongly urge the Council to pass a Safe Grow ordinance in its original form, without the measures that will weaken its impact. Pesticides applied to somebody else's lawn will work their way into my dog's nose, into the Tacoma Park yard mulch that I buy every year for my yard, and down to Sligo Creek and into the Chesapeake Bay. For the past decade, I have served as a Sligo Creek steward and have worked with the Washington Adventist University and hospital to address environmental challenges due to their proximity to Sligo Creek. I am happy about the hospital's announcement that they will no longer use pesticides on their grounds. But as we who live in the nation's capital know all too well, administrations come and go. Passing the Safe Grow ordinance will ensure that WA's significant commitment will endure personnel changes and expand to include Washington Adventist University, which maintains a large portion of the campus. I am also a weed warrior, a group of volunteers dedicated to removing invasive plants from our park. As part of this program, I attended a herbicide training session for park employees who spend countless hours applying pesticides when absolutely necessary. In this seminar, I was struck by the realization that these chemicals are harmful to humans when ingested through porous membranes such as the skin, and a very real danger to those working in this field. I feel powerless in the face of looming environmental issues such as climate change. Here in Tacoma Park, we have a unique opportunity. I am proud to live in a community that has passed the tree ordinance, which contains the same ideas as Safe Grow. This long ago law has provided our beautiful tree canopy that is both habitat and protection. Some of our trees are over 150 years old, alive during the Civil War, and predate even the houses they sit next to. People come and go, but our environment endures. The Safe Grow ordinance ensures that residents embrace our commitment to a cleaner and safer environment. This is who we are. I will close with another quote from Rachel Carson. The human race is challenged more than ever before to demonstrate our mastery, not over nature, but of ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Naomi Edelson, and I'm in Ward 5. And I'm a wildlife biologist. I spoke before a few weeks ago, and I wanted to provide you a little more information than what I provided before, but I just want to make clear that I am totally in support of the Safe Grow Zone ordinance, and I do not support any amendments to weaken it and take out the enforcement. Absolutely do not support that. I think there's numerous examples, and the tree ordinance was just mentioned. There's we have anti-littering, we have no smoking, we have all kinds of things which are difficult to enforce, but we still have decided as a community that they're important, and I don't see any reason why this should not fall into that category. So I wanted to share with you some of my exhibits. Here's one, a very recent one from Monday, July 1st. On the environment page of the Washington Post, perhaps some of you saw this, I'm happy to share it. This is an article about losing the Fish and Wildlife Service. The federal government just announced that we lost 2 butterflies. We actually lost them a little while ago, but they quote in this article that butterfly species are fading away as environmental stresses take their toll. And they say habitat loss is a major problem, as are bug sprays and pesticides overall. So they say that these the ones that are used by municipalities and homeowners. So that is a major concern, and butterflies already take a hit from a lot of other things, climate change being one of the big ones, which I'm hoping we can actually control and deal with to some extent. But I wanted to show you some of the plants that come from my yard in beautiful Ward 5 on Erie Avenue. These are all plants, native plants, that could be covering all of our yards. And I hated to pick them, because that means they're not there for, of course, they're not there for me to see, but they're not there for some butterfly or bee or other wildlife to enjoy. When, many people have seen these echinacea in people's yards, but they're good for pollinators right now, but then in the fall they dry up, and they're good for goldfinches, love them, and birds. And so there's some asters, which are particularly good later on in the fall, also for wildlife. and we have all kinds of other things here, and there were some I didn't pick. But I just wanted to show you, this is the kind of thing that, again, as Tacoma Park is a certified community for wildlife through the National Wildlife Federation, and people have invested a huge amount of effort to create their lawns, to make them beautiful for wildlife habitat, and by spraying these cosmetic pesticides and other things, we are actually making the land inhospitable, and I fear that we've created a trap. We're encouraging wildlife to be here, and then we're killing them off, and that just doesn't seem right to me. I was going to show you what it was going to be, my parents are playwrights, so I was going to show you like zap, zap, you know. This is a bad thing to do, to zap them, but I won't do more than what I just showed you. So that's it. And anyway, and the last thing is here is a beautiful piece of garlic grown without any pesticides by one of our neighbors, Mike Tabor, who's going to testify later. So we can just show you beautiful things can happen. Thank you.
Hi, Mary Rooker, 804 Larch Avenue. For the record, I favor using the Ontario list. I just think it simplifies things for us. On education, our arborist once told me that education, quote, doesn't work, unquote, that most people only respond to fines. Now, personally, I disagree. I think they're a good team. I have tried educating neighbors, though, and I can tell you they think we would have a law if there were really a real problem. So they just don't believe me. I rise to support not only the Safe Grow Zone, but also to defend the reputation of the City Council. The opponents say that certain important questions haven't been answered, but they have. Tonight's 23-page council packet includes the prior materials that already addressed these questions. These persistent rumors of unanswered questions make the City Council look bad, as if you haven't concerned yourselves with the obvious legal, fiscal, and staffing ramifications. Of course you have. You and I know that such questions occurred to you as a matter of course. There have been legitimate concerns raised, but the Council has addressed them. And I'm grateful for those concerns that have been raised. But we've been working on this a long time, and I think we're in a good place. I don't blame the handful of neighbors who are opponents, though, as it's pretty clear to me that the rumors of unanswered questions are being fueled by the National Pesticide Lobbying Group, RISE, and by an outside pesticide company whose president is also a paid lobbyist. Those of us favoring the proposal, we have no paid lobbyists nor financial conflicts of interest other than savings on medical expenses. The one little local company that uses a natural approach was brought in at our request to answer legitimate questions and to prove that it was possible to give homeowners what they want without dangerous chemicals. They testified as needed and went away. If an Organic Lawn Care National Trade Association exists, it has not yet descended on Tacoma Park, flexing its well-financed organic muscle on our little town. I beseech the Council and the opponents and the proponents to stop making additional concessions. The few who have opposed the proposal have made zero concessions, while proponents have already gone far more than halfway. Lobbyists with a huge financial interest aren't interested in compromise, only in delay. I urge these neighbors to realize that they are being played like puppets, and I urge the Council not to cave in to moneyed interests. Us proponents are just ordinary people with sick kids and troubled soil and water. We've got the scientific backing and the public support. The only remaining thing we need is the political will. I hope you will favor the public good, not the paid lobbyists. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's hard to follow Mary in any public forum. Paul Krastowski, 7708 Tacoma Avenue. I passed around to all of you last week a rather lengthy technical analysis. I'm here to give you a quiz tonight, so that's where we're going to start out. But there is a lot of science that is behind this proposal. Over the past month, I devoted probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 professional hours evaluating the science behind this proposal. And I can clearly say the facts are indisputable. This proposal is needed for the protection of public health and the environment in Tacoma Park. In my technical review, I identified several gaps in national and state pesticide regulations where they simply are not adequate for protection of public health to the degree I think the people in Tacoma Park want their public health protected. This ordinance, especially the most recent draft that has been circulated, fills in those gaps. You know, we have a lot of people in this room who have children. We have a lot of people in this room who have pets, all play in these lawns. We have a dearly beloved Chesapeake Bay that our watershed feeds right into. These are three areas in which there are big data gaps in the science behind current pesticide regulation. If we want to protect our children, if we want to protect our pets, and if we want to protect the Chesapeake Bay, I strongly urge you to enact this ordinance in the form in which it was most recently proposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Lorraine Pearsall. I live at 7708 Tacoma Avenue, and I'm here to support this Safe Grow Zone ordinance, and I ask you not to weaken it. And I'm also here to tell you a story. The other day, I was walking with a friend in my neighborhood, and I saw an applicator, lawn care company, young Hispanic man, applying pesticides with a wand and on the city property, the city right-of-way. And I could smell it. I'm an environmental chemist. I immediately knew that this was not a good thing, and I said to him, what are you spraying? And he said, oh, it's natural. I said, what's the name of this natural thing? And he said, it's Momentum. Well, I went back home and I looked on the computer, and this natural chemical consists of 44% 2,4-D and two other chemicals on this list, plus another 47% of inerts, which in and of themselves can be something to worry about. And this poor guy thought it was natural, and he was applying it with absolutely no protective gear whatsoever. He was wearing shorts. He was getting it all over himself. And he was working for a lawn care company. Well, even worse than that, they never put any markers on that ground. No flags, no warnings, nothing. Now, talk about the need for education and fining. You need to really think about what is going to catch the attention of unscrupulous companies that do this, and do this not only to their own poor workers who have not a clue as to what's going on, but to children who walk on the city right-of-way, to dogs and cats, to any of us. And believe me, I could smell that pesticide. I could smell it. I could smell it all the way on my front porch. So, and of course, the rains came shortly thereafter and washed certainly a bunch of it down into Sligo Creek in the bay ultimately, and this is going on over and over again. And so please, before you weaken a fine, I want you to really think about how you're going to catch the attention of these people and cause us to pay attention to what we hire people to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Carter Doherty. I'm in Ward 1 on Crescent Place. I would like to start off by channeling Kay Daniels Cohen and say gold stars to the people who organized the Independence Day Parade. That is by far the best thing about living in Tacoma Park in my mind, and it makes me so happy to be in it and march in it every year. We successfully nailed the mayor, Fred Schultz, and Seth with our squirt bottle. Seth, I apologize that I couldn't stop my son from dousing you more than he did, but that's just the way it works with 4.5-year-olds. First of all, since some people are here to actually oppose this, could we make a little noise if you're opposed to this? Okay. Just so you know that there are clappers on both sides. I'd like to start off by pointing out something since Julie Tadeo talked about all the things you have. There is one thing that you absolutely do not have at this point in time. You have no quantified evidence of how much pesticides are used in Tacoma Park. An iPhone photo of a flag is not evidence of use of these things in Tacoma Park, and I really think you should keep that in mind. We are making an argument about good governance based on the evidence, based on what works, and that simply is not there. Seth Grimes himself told me that he took the map that Julie and Catherine put together about pesticide use and laid it aside because he didn't find it useful. If we're not going to start with the basics of what kind of pesticides are used in Tacoma Park, then I don't know how you can call this process effective and good governance. I'd also like to make a particular point about the fiscal issues, because the note that the council sent out was particularly vexing. It talks about things in the range of $12,000 up to $25,000. If you read down in that, you also see the city attorney saying whether the enforcement consists primarily of citing violations of the posting requirement or the use of restricted pesticides, the city probably will require additional staffing to respond to complaints, issue citations, and testify in court. One staffer is about $100,000. We've talked about that before. So I think perhaps, Brian, get the two people in the room who wrote those and get them to agree on what actually is the case here. I know Councilmember Mail has circulated this new draft of the ordinance, and I certainly respect your efforts to try to work something out here, but with all due respect, it just doesn't go in the right direction. My first issue with this, Tim, that I have to make is that you say that this represents the best science, relying on an EPA list. This is the same EPA that says it's okay to occasionally use Roundup on your lawn. So, you have a sort of love-hate relationship with the EPA. I understand it. You're a professional environmentalist. I would probably feel the same way. But if the EPA says it's okay to use these things, then why are we trying to ban them in Tacoma Park? Finally, I would just say to the people who would like to label us as Tea Partiers, we are not the ones who have consistently refused to sit down and have a conversation about what would work the best. We are still willing to do that. We like our neighbors. So please give us the chance. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tammy Giral, Ward 6. This is my third or fourth time coming, and it's not because I like to leave my house on a Monday night. I have a family, busy, but I feel strongly, and I am in favor of the ordinance. I'm in favor of the safe grow zone without watering it down. And I am a teacher, so I believe in education, but there is a time for education and there's a time for laws, and even schools have laws. I liken this, as I mentioned in the past, to the smoking law, the secondhand smoke law, and now people cannot smoke inside buildings, as well as the littering, which, it's true, you can't find people littering very much, but there's the law. There's the sign up at the co-op, $1,000 fine for littering, and I think it really causes people to pause there. We count on you, and Councilmember Schultz. I have been going around in our neighborhood, and people are wholeheartedly in favor of this. And we have lots of families. Our kids are, they're here and they're growing up in our environment, and we are arguing about this, and the adults are arguing, and we're not getting this done. And it's very, very concerning to me. So we're counting on you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tacoma Park, we count on you to protect the children. Please ban cosmetic lawn pesticides.
You want to show it to them? Yeah, hold it up. Why don't you stand so they can see it over here? These guys.
My name is Aiden, and I live on Jackson Avenue.
Thank you very much, Aiden.
My name is Rosie, and I live on Jackson Avenue. Don't make your children suffer for the chemicals you use today. Ban lawn pesticides.
Thank you very much.
Howdy. I'm Ryan. I live at 251 Manor Circle with a bunch of folks, as you might know. I am back because I still appreciate that you're still working on the Safe Grow Initiative. I think it's really important. Controversial things are often the most important things. Since there was sometimes question about the science, I just thought I'd bring along a couple of scientific-y things to share with you, and actually some historical things that I thought were interesting. And by way of background, so I'm a parent and I'm also a research professor at the Lombardi Cancer Center at Georgetown University. So some of the reasons why I think we want to limit the use of these pesticides, and I'll sort of go through some of the pesticides that are mentioned. So the 2,4-D, which is 2,4-dichlorophenoxyacetic acid, it's an herbicide that was created, actually developed during an attempt to produce chemical weapons during World War II, and it's part of Agent Orange. How many of you remember the Vietnam War and the terrible devastation that we caused on other people's land during that time? A comprehensive review was published just this year in the Journal of Toxicology by Catherine von Stackelberg. I don't know if I'm pronouncing her name right because I don't know her in person. She's at the Harvard Center for Risk Analysis, and she found that it's associated with lymphoma, soft tissue sarcoma, and leukemia. And there's also evidence from other sources that it's associated in occupational exposure with Lou Gehrig's disease and male reproductive problems. Oh, that didn't seem like I've been going for... Okay. Anyway, that's Lou Gehrig's disease, as you may know, is a terrible, terrible disease to acquire. Maybe I'll skip a few since somehow we're running low on time. Gosh, I don't know. Bifenthrin, it's an insecticide based on pyrethrins, so some people argue that it's natural because pyrethrins are naturally occurring. It's not a naturally occurring substance. It's neurotoxic, carcinogenic, an endocrine disruptor, and can cause developmental delays. Okay, bye.
And you can all excuse me. If you wanted to, you could turn your written comments into the city clerk, and she could give us all a copy of it. Sure. If they were longer than that.
Do you want the chemical formula too?
Why don't you email them at your convenience?
They're very interesting. One of them has 3 fluorines on it. That's pretty scary.
Should I start? Sure. So I'm Rod Morris. I live in Ward 3 on Carroll Avenue. I've lived in Tacoma Park for 7 years, and I'm here to speak in opposition of Safe Grow, but not in opposition to doing something to make the environment safer, to make our kids safer. Children have been mentioned a lot tonight. When I think about things that we try to teach my 5-year-old twins, it includes taking care of the planet. It also includes things like due process, the importance of science and good scientific logic, the importance of community and hearing out different opinions and working together to come to a solution. When I think about the way that this is being handled, another thing that I think about when I consider the way I talk to my kids is the phrase maybe some of you have used, which is 2 wrongs don't make a right. So for sure, is it wrong to pollute Chesapeake? Is it wrong to endanger children? Yes. Is it also wrong to put forward some rules and regulations that are not enforceable, that could pit community members against one another, which are founded on community members not talking to each other and working something out, which are concocted based on, in part, what sounds like good science, but not thorough science, and that probably could be handled in a more process-based, more intelligent way. I do think that I speak for a lot of people in Tacoma Park. This is my first time coming to a council meeting. There are a number of people I talked to at the parade, dropping off my kids at school, speaking with socially, none of whom have come to a council meeting, but who have all said to me that they disagree with Safe Grow as a set of rules that we would put in practice, but they don't disagree with wanting to do something. It's just a matter of doing something that respects due process, that uses good science, and that takes advantage of the strong community that we have here so that we can work together, educate each other, and come up with something that's really well-founded so that we can solve whatever problem there is in a scientific, thoughtful way. That's all I have to say.
My name is Karen Liu. I live in Ward 2. You've listened to a lot of long speeches already, so I will make mine short. I love Tacoma Park, and I would love it even more if the City Council passed a strong Safe Grow initiative with enforcement and fees. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Excuse me. My name is Neil Cohen. I live at 13 Columbia in Ward 3. Ms. Daniels Cohen. Good evening. I'm here to speak in opposition to the proposed Safe Grow initiative, and I also oppose it pretty much based on good governance grounds. I work at a federal public health and safety organization full time, and I think one of the speakers from the proponent said, "I know you, City Council, have considered the economic cost. You've considered the science. You've considered the implications on our criminal justice, on neighbors enforcing on neighbors. I know you've considered that, and I want to urge you to go forward. But the fact is, it's impossible. You have not considered it. In an 8 to 10 week period, basically you have lots of concerned citizen members, and I respect everyone. I have friends on both sides of the room coming forward with printouts from the internet, and some people may have some professional experience. But the fact is, I get sad when species of butterflies die as well, and I'm not making light of it. When things, Tacoma Park is a small organization, is a small municipality. We need data. And to quote your former colleague, Ms. Clay, you're going to make a mockery of this council if you go forward with basically the entire premise of this thing, of this proposed ordinance with the following 2 words. I feel. I feel that this is bad. I feel that this is that the science is right. But we don't know. And what's the first step before you do anything is you start with point A and you measure to point B. The city council, and you're not, there's sort of this feeling like you're going to disappear, like we have to get this done in July or this is never going to get done. City council's been here since 1890, and God willing, we'll be here many, many years in the future. So why not go slow, do this right? Because really, if this thing ricochets back on, and some of the parade of horribles that my side has put forward actually come to pass, and you have this terrible series of events, that's actually just going to be a Pyrrhic victory for you guys anyway, because in the end, you're going to have this sort of terrible situation, and no other municipality is going to want to follow unless it was based on good science and that it was executed following due process. And I think I would like to see something where we can try to not solely base ourselves on iPhone photos. I want to see, maybe we can take some baselines of Sligo Creek here. We can look up at Columbia where they have much larger lawns and true green ChemLawn trucks rolling through. I don't see it. I don't use chemicals on my lawn. I'm not here. I don't use chemicals on my lawn. I'm not out there spraying. I'm just here to say, you're not going anywhere. Let's take our time. Let's just not say, I feel. Because it has to be more than I feel before you use the power of the law, the power of government to coerce people. You need evidence. That's what America is all about. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
May I clarify that, Mr. Cohen, I received email on May 29th from Colleen Clay, whom you cited, saying, I support the efforts of the Safe Grow advocates, Catherine Cummings and Julie Taddeo and others, Taddeo and others. So Colleen Clay does support Safe Grow.
Yeah.
You were citing her in some other instance.
I was citing her in regards to her comments she made last week about the council moving forward within 8 weeks to push forward the 16-year-old and 17-year-old voting.
That's a different topic.
No, but that's the comment that was I heard her state last week. I wasn't quoting her in terms of the public perception of the council's legitimacy.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I live on Maple Avenue, and I'm a self-inducted member of the Tacoma Park Tea Party. I would like to talk about, one thing, and I will start by saying that there's a difference between giving one, moral satisfaction and actually making effective change. And one of the things I would like to say about the audience is that if you are going to cite science, you have to cite it the right way. People are saying pesticides are bad. I don't think anybody here disagrees that pesticides are bad for you and are harmful for you. Salt is also bad for you, and when you use it at high dosage. The only thing we are saying is that we don't see any health benefit in completely banning pesticides, since the level of use of pesticides here in Tacoma Park are already very low. They are lower than the EPA guideline. And if they are already lower, why would you make a policy that not only will add more cost to your budget, but also at the same time will not going to be enforceable. How are you going to regulate that policy? And how can you help people? Because I'm looking at the ordinance. I don't see how I'm supposed to take care of my lawn if I don't use pesticide. You should have, and I am somebody with a bachelor in chemical engineering. So the people who are less educated than me, what kind of measure you think they are going to do? And I would like to give a little bit of an anecdote. People in Ontario who live in close to the U.S. border, when pesticides are actually illegal in Ontario, you cannot find pesticide in Ontario. Some of them actually cross the U.S. border to come buy pesticide and come back. So despite the fine that they will have a $20,000 fine. So there's a difference between giving one moral satisfaction and make change. If you really want to make change, sit down, use the facts, use the science the right way, use the statistics, use the number, and do real tests, and then you and you can decide whether or not you want to do it. And one of the last things I would like to say, everyone here has kids. Everyone here was a children one time. And we are all concerned about our future. But you have our council. You have to teach us how to make a piece of legislation. If it's only going to be people who are going to use emotion and sentiment and decide how a legislation is going to pass, what kind of example are you giving us, the young people? That's all I have to say tonight.
And can you give us your name?
Julie Kyle Brahima.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Kenneth Freelane, PE, and I'm registered as a licensed professional engineer. 1 week ago today, on Monday, July the 1st, 2013, Pepco came here and delivered a presentation about electric power. I haven't heard anyone talk about Pepco tonight. Am I mistaken? I think I'll probably be the only person talking about Pepco. Prior to that time, on August the 30th of 2010, the Maryland Public Service Commission organized a Pepco reliability hearing. And many elected officials and Pepco customers came out and expressed their opinions regarding Pepco's service and reliability and dependability. During the hearing of August the 30th, 2010, a man named Stanley Klein said, and I'm quoting here, "The electric power industry once had a culture in which reliability was its overriding goal. We must do everything possible to restore the reliability-focused culture that was once the hallmark of Pepco and the entire electric power industry." End of quote. So Stanley Klein's concerns have been incorporated into the document which is known as the culture of the engineering profession. My brief presentation here includes an economic analysis which pertains to some of the economic benefits of the culture of the engineering profession. I cannot stay within the 3-minute time frame and still discuss these curves, but I can show you a breakdown of supply and demand, and I can send you an analysis in writing. But this graph and its curves enable us to compare supply and demand both before and after Pepco adopts and embraces the culture of the engineering profession. So as you can see, the culture of the engineering profession tends to lower the price. And when I say see, I mean based on these graphs here. As you can see, the culture of the engineering profession tends to lower the price of a given quantity of electric power, and at the same time, it increases efficiency. Okay, that was for me. All right. I can share copies of this brief presentation with all of those council members who would like to have a copy, and I also plan to share copies with the representatives of Pepco who were here last week.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tom Cummings. I live on Central Ave in Ward 2. My wife, Catherine, is one of the leaders of the Safe Grow Zone initiative, along with Dr. Julie Taddeo. I have been a supporter of the initiative from its beginning, and I support the ordinance in front of you this evening. I am a physician. I work mainly in the area of neuropsychiatry as well as in psycho-oncology. I see many patients with brain diseases. I see many patients with cancer. First and foremost, this is a public health initiative. Imagine one less child or person in the city of Tacoma Park diagnosed with a serious medical condition. One less child with asthma, one less person with Parkinson's disease, one less person with cancer, one less child with cancer. When medication is prescribed by a physician, a risk-benefit analysis always occurs. There are risks and possible side effects to any medication, and the benefits that you're treating a serious medical condition or symptom. The benefits must outweigh the risks. That is not the case here. This ordinance is about cosmetic lawn care. That is the benefit. And safer, alternative techniques, products, and landscape companies already exist to maintain your lawn. But the most important point is about the risk. Unlike a patient or family member consenting to treatment, those affected by pesticides don't actually get to weigh the risks. And the risks are there. Right now in Tacoma Park, men, women, older adults, pregnant women, developing fetuses, laborers, customers, as well as our pets and our environment, well, they don't get a say. These chemicals get inhaled, get absorbed, get digested, and can have immediate and long-term effects. This ordinance asks you, the mayor and city council, I ask you to have that say for us, to protect us, to say we're not going to do this here. Real public health measures require real action and real legislation. This ordinance, with a ban plus education, and the one in front of you this evening, should be passed. Thank you very much for your time.
Hi, my name is Emily Townsend. I live in Ward 2. I'm here to support the Safe Grow initiative. And somebody mentioned that we don't know whether people are using these pesticides. To me, it looks the science is quite clear that pesticides have harms to us. And if something is harmful and we don't know whether people are using it, it seems still fine to ban it. And then if nobody is using it, the ban didn't matter. And if anybody is using it, they will have to stop using it and we will stop being harmed. And as to the science, kind of the history of pesticides goes, and many, many chemical substances that come from petroleum, we study it, we find out conclusively that it causes harm, and we ban it. And in the meantime, 6 new chemicals have been introduced. And so for many of these chemicals, they have not been so conclusively proven hazardous as to be banned by the EPA yet, but many of them, the ones on this list, they do have science behind them that does suggest neurotoxicity or carcinogenic properties or many other harms. So the one last point that I wanted to bring up was the issue of education versus enforcement. I think that education is a really valuable thing. I really want our neighbors to be educated about the harms of pesticides. We don't want people violating the law. Sure, of course that's possible, that people might drive across the border to the United States where you can buy those pesticides. Sure, that's possible to do. You need education as part of your plan. But I think it's also really clear that you also need enforcement. You know, I had somebody tell me once that they didn't think something was harmful because if it was harmful, there would be a law against it. Okay, let's make a law against it. It's harmful. I think that you guys will have some clear evidence that there are harms to these particular chemicals and that those harms are not worth bearing if it's merely for a cosmetic lawn, right? There might be reasons where, gosh, we really need this pesticide. It's going to make a big difference for, whether my house falls in. But a lawn with no weeds in it, that's not worth neurotoxicity for all of your neighbors. So I would just urge you to please pass a strong Safe Grow initiative that has teeth in it. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Matthew Porter, and I'm a representative of the organization Beyond Pesticides. which is a national grassroots membership organization that represents community-based organizations and a range of people seeking to improve protection from pesticides and promote alternative pest management strategies that reduces or eliminates a reliance on toxic pesticides. And to be clear, we are strongly in support of this city ordinance, and I want to sort of make sure I have 4 larger points that come out of my comments today. First is that even if a small portion of Tacoma Park residents actually use chemical pesticides, this will still end up with a large environmental footprint. Second, the use of these pesticides is unnecessary, as there are alternative practices that have shown to grow strong and thick turf. Third, the pesticide regulation and registration process is limited in its ability to protect citizens specifically from things such as endocrine disruption and things that have never been taken into account, such as pesticide synthesis and synergy between other chemicals, such as pharmaceuticals and pesticides. And finally, that Tacoma Park is not alone in its efforts in trying to reduce pesticide use within its town limits. So to the first point, in terms of residential pesticide use, 0.2 to 9 pounds per acre on average are applied to suburban lawns, which would mean if even 10% of residents in an area zoned residential Tacoma Park are using pesticides regularly, the Safe Grown Ordinance would prevent between 524.8 and 1,607 pounds of pesticides from entering our environment per year. Second, there are obvious alternatives to the use of chemical pesticides. Many communities, school districts, state policies are now following a systems approach that is designed to put a series of preventative steps in place that will solve pest and insect problems. This system, which is a natural management system, which is a feed the soil approach that centers on natural organic fertilization, microbial inoculants, compost, microbial food sources, and it is combined with cultural practices such as aeration, irrigation, and overseeding, which often create the lush lawn that is so often desired by residents in such communities. Another issue is the risk management approach used by the EPA to register pesticides has failed to adequately protect public health and the environment. Specifically, the approach is insensitive to the most vulnerable, including children and the elderly, and those having existing illnesses, including cancer. This again includes the fact that the EPA has never undergone tests to understand endocrine disruption or synergy between chemicals. And finally, Tacoma Park is not alone in its efforts to ban unnecessary cosmetic lawn care pesticides. And several communities, such as 6 provinces in Canada, have already banned cosmetic pesticide use. In conclusion, while there are some who will view this initiative as a burden and fear their current products to be pushed out of the marketplace, in reality, the public health and the environment will be better protected as new, safer, cost-effective pest management practices and products take hold. Thank you.
Thank you.
Walter Miles, Ward 3. I was cutting the grass on Friday, and all of a sudden I saw this weird little rock walking across the lawn. Well, I picked him up, and it was this baby box turtle, I think, and about that big. And I thought, oh boy, this is a bad time. So I walked him over to a shady area next to my neighbor's fence, and I didn't see him again. And then after a while, I turned around and looked into my neighbor's yard, and I saw his big canister with the pump that he uses to dispense the glyphosate, to kill certain weeds. And a couple of years ago, he managed to get a lot of my grass too, but it rained the wrong time. Anyhow, I thought, what an idiot! I've let this poor little SOB, walk off to a very dangerous place, and I felt bad about that, and I wonder if we can do a little bit better. And the other thing I thought is, in 10 years, there's going to be little tiny things just like that little turtle that are going to be robotically walking across our grass and finding weeds and either plucking them up or zapping them, or maybe even using a tiny bit of some more modern pesticide. But I think that's going to happen a little bit faster if we give them a little push with legislation like this. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Uh-oh. Hi, my name's Sheila. I'm Sheila Patton. I'm a registered nurse. I live in Ward 5. Hello. I just wanted to say a couple of things. I do support Safe Grow Zone. I am listening to some of my neighbors. I'm not totally sure. It doesn't seem to me like Greenbelt has all of a sudden turned into North Korea in terms of neighbors turning on neighbors. So I worry a little bit less about that. I also wonder when we talk about the concerns about the costs of enforcement, but meanwhile, we want studies and data. We have data. It may not be specific to Tacoma Park, but who are we bringing in to do studies and data? How much is that going to cost? We do know pesticides are bad. We can get rid of them. I don't understand why that should be quite so controversial as it is. Anyway, in support of Safe Grow, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am? Did you want to say something? What do you want to say? About pesticides? What do you want to say? Pesticides? She worries about poison. I'm just looking at her slippers and thinking, oh gosh, they're probably full of fire retardants that are bleaching up our toes or something. But she got them for her birthday from her aunt. You can only do so much. That's why we want the government to step in and help us in places where we can't. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jesse Buff. I live on Flower Ave in Ward 2. I don't have lengthy prepared remarks this evening. I'm an environmental professional, but I'm not educated in pesticide safety or the effects of pesticides. But I do know that the science is out there, and I think we should go with that. I don't think we can continue to second guess the science and keep waiting for more and more science to come in. And I'd just like to share a short story that happened actually just this weekend. My son and I were crossing the creek at Maple Ave, and we spend a lot of time in Sligo Creek, in and around Sligo Creek. And my family, like many of the families in this room, are pretty concerned about the health of the creek. There's not a lot of wildlife as there should be. The water quality is pretty dismal. But my son says, "Whoa, Dad, what is that?" And we watched an eel swimming up the stream. And I've never seen an eel in the Sligo Creek, and no one that I've talked to has ever seen an eel in Sligo Creek. I have to admit, I don't know how abundant they are, but I've never seen one, and no one else that I know has. And I'd just like to say that, that moment was really special for me and my son, and I want those moments to continue happening. And I fear that if we don't do something that's within our control, such as Safe Grow Zone, if I didn't say so, I'm in support of Safe Grow Zone, I feel like we're missing an opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
They were reintroduced by the federal government into Sligo Creek. I was there to see it.
Hi, I'm Brenda Platt, and I live on Larch Avenue in Ward 2. I also am a co-director of a nonprofit in D.C. called the Institute for Local Self-Reliance, and we promote self-reliant communities, resilient communities, and one of the hallmarks of resilient communities is local government having authority and autonomy to pass the rules to create the healthy communities that we want. I moved to Tacoma Park 24 years ago, and one of the reasons I pay the higher taxes here rather than moving into Silver Spring is because of you all. I feel like I know you all. I see you at the pool, I see you at the farmer's market, I see you walking my dog. And it's really nice that democracy, one of the hallmarks of democracy in America is an engaged citizenry, and it is so nice to see the community out tonight exercising its democratic right. And local government, we feel, it's so much easier to have local government be responsive to the citizenry and residents than state government or even county government. So I really urge you, I know I didn't say it yet, but I am strongly in favor of the Safe Grow Zone Act of 2013. I urge you to pass it. At my job, I head up a Composting Makes Sense initiative, and I've been a strong supporter of composting in Tacoma Park, in the county, and even the state. And one of the, and I mentioned this when I testified a few weeks ago, but persistent herbicides in compost is becoming increasingly a problem. And I hope that you will actually amend the act after you pass it in the future to add some of the persistent herbicide trade names, because it's great that Tacoma Park has a great yard waste composting program and is doing food waste pilots, and we certainly don't want our compost to be contaminated with pesticides and herbicides. And the leaf mulch that the city does on its own property is not really composting. It doesn't reach that high temperatures and microbial activity to break down conventional pesticides and herbicides. And so it would be interesting to have that tested to see what's in there. But I just think it should be passed, and that when it comes to enforcement issues, I will say that there's a lot of policies like mandatory recycling that aren't necessarily enforced, but because it's the law, it has tremendous impact just because people will follow the law and not do things. So the cost of enforcement, and this has been shown all across the country on recycling and other examples, that costs to enforce don't necessarily have to be high to have the law be effective. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is John Robinette. I live in Ward 2 on Central Avenue. I wasn't planning to speak tonight. I spoke in favor of the Safe Grow initiative a month or so ago when we last were here. I did want to respond to some of those who had said that we needed more science, more study, more research, and so on. I was a little confused, and as I sat back there listening, I did some pretty simple searches and found quite a number of resources. EPA website, children are at greater risk from pesticide exposure. They're still developing their immune system and so on. They, play on the ground and so on. It gives a number of examples. That was one. Here's a study through the Google Scholars search results. Low-dose agrochemicals and lawn care pesticides induce developmental toxicity in murine pre-implantation embryos. Talks about occupational exposures to pesticides may increase parental risk of infertility and adverse pregnancy outcomes and so on. Last year, 2012, the American Academy of Pediatrics issued some new recommendations that parents reduce pesticides at home, and it goes on to say some of the same things about children exposure to pesticides. So if you haven't done the research on your own, or those who aren't sure about the science, I would encourage you to take a moment or two. It's pretty easy to find a number of sources that talk about the adverse effects of pesticides specifically on children. So I stand in support of the more stringent Safe Grow initiative, the first draft, and I would hope that the council does and the mayor does everything they can to pass it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eric Lichtenberg. I live in Ward 1. I'm an economist with a background in environmental risk assessment and pesticide regulation. My opposition to the Safe Grow ordinance, like that of many others, is based on concerns about good governance. I keep hearing from proponents that the science behind this ordinance is strong. In fact, I disagree. What I've seen cited are boilerplate studies. They're studies about pesticides generically. They have nothing to do with lawn pesticides specifically, or the pesticides that are at issue here in Tacoma Park. I think the most telling point is that with a year of work, there is actually no information about exposure. And the first law of toxicology is that the dose makes the poison. The exposure level matters. So, also, there are tens of thousands of studies on pesticide toxicity. You can pick a few, but it's important to actually look over the body of work to figure out what the weight of the evidence says. It hasn't been done here. The second point I'd like to make is that I understand the desire to do something about a problem, but it's also important to think about exactly what you decide to do is going to accomplish. The enforcement mechanisms in this ordinance are a nightmare. They would be very difficult to actually implement effectively. I think the city attorney's analysis makes that very clear. What it does do, however, and what the ordinance does, I think, is create what I think of as the antithesis of what Tacoma Park is about. You know, I moved here 25 years ago. It was described to me as a place you move to because you want to get to know your neighbors. I think with this ordinance, Tacoma Park has the real possibility of becoming the kind of place where you worry because your neighbor might turn you over to the city for violating this pesticide ordinance, where you worry about the fact that your neighbors don't like your taste in lawns. They think that, you know, your taste in lawns is bad, and they'll do anything to make you stop having the kind of lawn that you want to have. And certainly, I think tonight we've seen a demonstration of unneighborliness that I worry will be carried through once this ordinance passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Judy Beth Green, and I represent a different demographic than's been heard from yet tonight. I am a new resident of Tacoma Park. I'm in Ward 6, and I'm thrilled to be part of this community. I would be thrilled to be in any of your wards, frankly. But here's my situation. I have this lovely yard. It backs up to Long Branch Creek. I've never been in charge of what do I put on my lawn, you know? And I just, when I moved in, you have somebody come and inspect for termites and what have you, and then, oh, okay, there was some termites, damage or what kind, and they sort of sell you products right up front about what you need for your lawn, what you need for your house, I don't know from what I should be using. I need to hear from you all in a very easy to understand way what would be helpful for me to use to not harm animals, children, the ecosystem here. And so friends of mine in my neighborhood have told me about Safe Grow, and it sounds like a very, very good plan, but I immediately called up the people who sprayed my lawn. I'm like, what was in that? And it doesn't appear to be the same thing, but I don't know how all these things interplay. I want to know in a general way, in a way that I can be a conscious steward and member of the community. And so I really urge you in the way that you implement what you do as you go forward to really make it as easily understandable as possible so that as many of us as possible can really do what's right for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Mike Tabor, Ward 5. My heart always goes out to all of you when I come here and watch you guys sitting up there. I know I can never do it. I have a weed-filled front yard. I would never think of getting it sprayed under any circumstances. I don't even understand why people would spray their yards. It's beyond me. I was guilt-tripped into being here because I think I'm the only resident farmer, not just in Tacoma Park, but in District 20. 40 years ago when I started farming, the question was, should I use pesticides or not? Pesticide use certainly would be cheaper, easier. The food would be cheaper. I could raise a lot more of it. I don't need a lot of people. And I looked at the studies, this was 41 years ago, and they were, as they are today, somewhat inconclusive. But I said to myself, there are chances here, and the chances lean in the direction of pesticides equaling bad things. endocrine disruption, children, unborn children, breast cancer, prostate cancer, all kinds of possibilities. And I said, why take the chance? And that's what I think I should be saying to you. Why take the chance? When I pushed several years ago for a ban on atrazine, actually the largest pesticide used in Maryland, and a farmer approached me when I testified saying, by the way, the biggest pesticide use of the state is not from farmers, it's from people who spray their lawns. Farmers are very fond of saying that. That's the majority of pesticides that go into the Chesapeake Bay from these chemical companies that spray the lawns. So if you're going to blame anyone, don't look at the other farmers. But a very knowledgeable guy on a panel kept on asking me very pointed questions about atrazine. And I said, why? Why are you so knowledgeable about atrazine? What do you do for a living? And he said, I'm a chemical salesman. And atrazine, even though it's a RUP3, restricted use pesticide 3 by the EPA, whose standards I would not hold as the best standards in the country, it still could be used. You have to be licensed to use it. And there's no proof. There's no proof that it causes cancer. However, people in the Syngenta factory in Louisiana that produce it have 200 times the amount of breast cancer and 200 times the amount of prostate cancer than their neighbors. I think you have to ask yourselves, you're not pesticide salespeople. You could be doing what's right. There's a chance, a good chance that people will be hurt by continued pesticide use. I'd like to suggest you do whatever you could to pass this legislation. And secondly, I just do want to say to people, when I came here in 1963 who opposed this, my biggest issue has been with liberals, people who want to rationalize, study. Is integration really good? Show me the statistics. Would the war in Vietnam really be bad? Show me the statistics. Let's study this for 10, 20, or 30 years. There's no need to study this. Go with the bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Adam Diamond. I'm in Ward 1, and I'm here to testify in support of the Grow Zone Act. In response to some earlier comments, well, we don't know the science on this. I would say, first of all, prove to me that these pesticides are safe. We should be adopting the precautionary principle. These are poisons. People are applying them to their lawns to make their grass look nice. Prove to me it's safe before it's even allowed. And number two, I don't even think this goes far enough. Why is it okay to apply poisons to your vegetable garden but not to your lawn? This initiative, I feel like, is just a first step saying we should ban the use of destructive pesticides on in our communities. Going back to the previous commenters' comments about a lot of these pesticides require trained application in certain environments. So you have people going to Home Depot, buying pesticides, and just applying it to their lawn with no training on how to do it. So you have drift to their neighbors' lawns and kids walking through those lawns. And another point I want to bring up is that you have the active ingredients in the pesticides, which are listed and registered. And then you have the inactive or inert ingredients that may not be listed at all, considered proprietary, and those can be poisonous, and we don't know what they're doing, and they interact with each other. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Esther Siegel. I'm in Jared's ward, and I'm wife of farmer. I did have some comments, but so many people said them in so many better ways than I, so I don't think I'm going to use these comments. The two most compelling arguments that I heard from our friends and neighbors who are opposed to this bill have to do with the science and enforceability. And I think there is sufficient science, and I think those words, you hear them on the Hill all the time, used as platitudes, that there isn't sufficient science, and how is it going to be enforced. And I think that what we need to recognize is that these chemicals that are being used, we are laboratory rats, all of us. And to think that we should not decide to use chemical or support systems that are known to be harmless instead of things that are speculated and known to be harmful doesn't make sense. We're laboratory rats. We are being told a lot of things, that our lawns will be beautiful, that they'll grow faster. But do we stop to think what that involves? So this bill is a way of saying, so we may not know everything, but we want to make a statement that we want to protect our community, even if it turns out, like somebody else said, not to be harmful, which we doubt, but nevertheless, we've still done something to protect. And I want to remind people that when the non-smoking bill was passed, or stop signs were put up, everybody says, oh, it's not enforceable, it's not enforceable. And you're right, in the beginning, you have to figure out ways to enforce them. And you're going to do well, and you're not going to do well. It's going to work, it's not going to work, until people start to understand the why for the stop sign. So I just want to remind everybody, when you go to a restaurant, or when you sit on an airplane, do you like the fact that you don't have smoke on your food or all over you in a plane? So let's try to do something here that will make us all happy and possibly protect us. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Geneva Wattenpaw. I live on Maple Avenue. I'm in Ward 1. This is my first time coming to a meeting and my first time speaking, and I didn't realize I was going to speak. But I find myself in an uncomfortable situation. I am an environmentalist. I don't use pesticides. I'm a mother. I don't even have a lawn. I believe in this environment, and I have been an activist since I could walk. And yet I am in this very uncomfortable situation where I don't know where I live. I keep hearing about all this pesticide use, and I don't want to have my head in the sand. But I'm unclear. Is it the commercial entities that we're having so much digress against? Is it my neighbor? I am so confused over this. And the arguments and the emotion and the rhetoric are really overshadowing the facts that we all want to have a clean environment, that we all want to protect our children. I'm a huge advocate for that and for our environment and Rachel Carson and the web of life, but I don't know where I live, and I think I represent a majority of people in Tacoma Park where we don't know why a government is making this ban, where all these toxins are coming from. What is our status right now? Please, that's the science I want to know. I want to know how polluted this is so I can start making some intelligent use of my energy and intellect and your use of your energy and resources. So please tell me clearly, how bad is this? Then I can make decisions. Then I can positively go after this with all my might and all my resources and gather my neighbors together and have intelligent conversations where we are all working on the same goal. And I think that's what we're all trying to do here. And I just really need to know, where am I starting so I can know where we're going. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Dennis Borum, and I live on Glenside Drive in Ward 6. And just so the previous speaker will feel a little better, I'm also speaking extemporaneously at my own peril. As I think about and continue to learn about this proposed ordinance, including the nuances of what the proponents want to achieve, what the detractors are saying, I just wanted to make a point that I find at least some of the arguments on enforceability to be a red herring. I think there are a tremendous amount of laws and regulations and ordinances throughout the country whose enforceability pales in comparison to the merit, their policy goal. And I think that is the case here. If I consider the not-so-wonderful beltway and the posted speed, if we've evaluated the speed limit in terms of the number of individuals who were successfully issued a citation by law enforcement to the number of individuals who successfully drive in excess of the posted speed, we might say, why bother? This is not very enforceable. Clearly, there is public safety merit to speed limits, and I think there is public health merit to this proposed ordinance. So please keep that in mind as you consider this. Thank you.
Council, Joe Edgell, 1000 block of Elm Avenue. The opponents of Safe Grow have called the proponents emotional extremists, so let's focus tonight on the science and the experts rather than the emotion. Some claiming the mantle of science here in Tacoma Park have weighed in against the ordinance, arguing that they're scientists and you should listen to them. And it's important to listen to scientists, but it's important to listen to the right scientists. For example, you wouldn't seek advice on the health of the Tacoma Park tree canopy from a geologist who specializes in volcanoes, but you would seek the advice of a tree expert. So in thinking about this ordinance, I encourage you to listen to the experts in endocrine disrupting effects of pesticides. So what do those experts say? Suburban lawns and gardens receive more pesticide applications per acre, up to 9.8 pounds, than agriculture, 2.7 pounds per acre on average. A 2012 study on the low-dose effects of hormones and endocrine-disrupting chemicals in the Journal of Endocrine Reviews looked into a number of other studies. They cited, for example, a 2004 study from UC Berkeley. They looked at the pesticide atrazine. They found that it produced gonadal abnormalities, including hermaphroditism, males with extra testes, discontinuous gonads, and other defects in the animals that they studied. The studies, they looked at more than 11 pesticides, a list which I'm happy to provide. Atrazine, by the way, is the most commonly found pesticide in ground and drinking water. The U.S. Geological Survey's National Water Quality Assessment Program found that waters containing EDCs, endocrine-disrupting chemicals, including pesticides, produce the following effects in wildlife: reduced penis size, feminized behavior, non-descended testicles, non-functional testicles, and intersex fish, meaning they have sex characteristics of both male and female. One study in 2011 from the Journal of Pediatric Research noted that, and I'm quoting now, very subtle thyroid hormone insufficiency in pregnant women is associated with cognitive deficits in their children, and that EDCs impacted those thyroid hormones. Dr. Theo Colborn, she's a noted expert in endocrine disruption, and she's the creator of the Endocrine Exchange. She notes on her website, quote, particular concern about pesticides as they've been designed to disrupt biological systems and the biochemistry of most living things similar to humans. They have adverse effects that can extend to parental exposure and affect subsequent generations. She further notes that these are often overlooked because they're invisible, not life-threatening, but they can have significant social, economic, on individual and population levels. The Safe Grow Ordinance is innovative regulatory policy. And I'll close with this quote from the former Assistant Administrator of Enforcement for the EPA. He said, "Law without enforcement is merely a suggestion."
Thank you. Arthur David Olson, Hancock Avenue in Ward 3, and I will apologize to everybody who is here because of their interest in the safe zone. I'm not here to speak about that. Last week's observance of Independence Day got me thinking about democracy and government. Last month, the City Council enfranchised new voters, 16 years old, and released felons. A future council might decide this was a mistake and roll back those changes. The council might not stop there. It might decide that people need more life experience before voting and raise the voting age to 25. Or it might decide that old codgers like me are holding things back and set a maximum voting age of 60. In general, since the council has the power to enfranchise voters, it has the power to disenfranchise voters. Now, I don't believe there is a big danger of the council doing that. but I could be wrong. And even if I'm not wrong, it's somewhat disturbing to me that a majority of 4 members of the council could disenfranchise other people. And it's very concerning to me that 4 people on the council could disenfranchise me. I believe voting rights are important and that it should be hard to change those rights. I suggest that the city charter be amended so that changes to voting rights are only possible by referendum. If this is done, the council might also identify other parts of the charter that should require a referendum to be changed. Thank you. Mr. Lovelace in the back.
Hi, my name is Pat Lovelace, 7620 Maple Avenue, Tacoma Park, your official peace delegate. One thing I want to say about the new grow ordinance, safe grow, is I don't know how these chemicals and stuff are going to affect interactions with my medication someday. I may wake up with blisters all over myself. I could end up with the greenest blood in the neighborhood, too. But I'd like to also tell you people, ban them and ban them all at once. Don't just half rear-end it. Don't just half do it. Don't do it back-asswards. Do it forwards. Do it right. Move on and be done with it. Another thing I'd like to do is ask the city if we can somehow get a drone-free Tacoma Park, not allowing those drones to fly over our city, to go through our city, or in our city in any manner, shape, or form. None of their parts can go through. Nothing should be allowed to go through. We have to stop the drones, and that's one way of stopping them. Don't let them in our city, for one thing, at the beginning. And also, I'd like to give Kay Daniels Cohen something I got for her. Since I cannot give out gold stars, I can give out white peace delegate pens. Now, come on, Kay. Yes, you can take it to her. In every, oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, buddy, thank you very much. And anyway, I just want to tell everybody out there that, again, we must need to make peace with our environment, or we are going to be the losers. The losers, remember, and I'm sick and tired of being a loser. I want to be a winner. So let's ban these pesticides as quickly as possible. Get the show on the road and be done with it. Thank you. A complete ban. A complete ban. Complete. City and residents. Complete ban. Thank you.
Nope. Go ahead. Go ahead, Catherine.
Hi, I'm Catherine Tunis, and I want to make it very clear that I do not support people overusing pesticides or using them when they do not need them, and I support integrated pest management as the Pesticide Coalition, or Beyond Pesticides, talked about, or I guess our local lobbyist. But I am very, very concerned about this law going to the extent that it is going. I believe strongly in encouraging people to not use pesticides. On my walk here, I was noticing how many lawns were full of weeds in Ward 1. So I don't see the need to ban pesticides. I do. I've spoken to the people who have put this together. I think they're just going way overboard. I'm sorry, I have spent my entire career studying chemistry, biology, risk analysis, exposure, doing law writing, reg writing, law administration, compliance assistance, and enforcement, and I know how hard it is. And let me tell you, as much as I love you and I think that you are brilliant in different ways, the city does not have the capability of administering this as written at all. You just can't do it. And, you know, it just, and you think it doesn't pit neighbor against neighbor? I did not bring my own cheering squad here. Apparently, some people felt they needed to do that. And I'm very sorry to see this one side of the auditorium screaming or another side of the auditorium screaming. That's not Tacoma Park. That's not Citizen. That's not the way we should do things here. And I'm very, very disturbed about this. You want to scare people with talking about carcinogens? You know, have a glass of wine. It's got carcinogens in it. Have your dinner. Put black pepper on it. It's got carcinogens in it. Cook your food. You're creating carcinogens. Have a fire in your fireplace. That's carcinogens. But you know what? You don't care about that. You care about controlling your neighbor. And, you know, not working with them, not encouraging them to do something different, not talking to them about integrated pest management. You want to control them. And the city can't do that. And I think it's really inappropriate for these people to come up here and start telling other people what to do. And if there's anyone who has, I mean, I swear to God, is there anyone else in this room or in this city who has done more to protect the environment in this city? I want to meet them. Because I don't think they exist. Thank you. I'll give you 9 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, we have one additional person who's joined us this evening, and that's a member of the Council of the District of Columbia, Mary Cheh. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Mary Cheh. I'm a member of the Council of the District of Columbia, and the committee that I head is the Committee on Transportation, Public Works, and the Environment. And I came to tell you about the story of our passage of a pesticide piece of legislation so that it's not the same as what you're doing, but so that you could have whatever benefit might accrue from hearing what we experienced. In 2012, January, I introduced the Pesticide Education and Control Amendment Act of 2012, and it restricted the use of pesticides in the District of Columbia. The Council unanimously passed it, and in October it became effective. That legislation restricts the application of pesticides at district schools, daycare centers, on district property, and on properties near waterways. In passing the legislation, I think we took an important step forward in protecting the citizens, and particularly children, from the harmful effects of pesticide exposure. And I introduced the law because a growing body of research, and we did go over it at length, shows that pesticides are toxic to human health and the environment, and because federal law does actually not do enough to protect us from those harms. Research increasingly links pesticide exposure to medical conditions such as cancer and diminished cognitive function. Moreover, the research shows quite clearly that children are at an increased risk of suffering from pesticide exposure. When pesticides are applied to the lawns and fields, they wash also into our storm drains and into our streams and rivers, poisoning plants, animals, and other creatures. And what's truly terrible about much of this is that a lot of this toxic pesticide use is unnecessary. It's for cosmetic purposes only. Integrated pest management techniques have demonstrated that there are less toxic methods and alternatives that can reduce the use of toxic pesticides while still keeping pests at bay. Now, when we first proposed the law, I thought I'd tell you what the kind of objections that we heard to it. First, people were particularly concerned about outbreaks and things like, bed bug infestations or other kinds of infestations where they might need to use pesticides that were on a restricted list. However, our law, as yours does, provides exemptions to address that kind of an issue, and therefore, and we had quite clear testimony from the head of our Department of the Environment that the law was adequate to deal with any emergency infestations that would occur. Another objection that we heard frequently was that the U.S. EPA already reviews pesticides for safety before they can be registered for sale in the United States, so why add regulation on top of that review? Well, we had a number of reasons why we want to do that. First, federal law requires EPA to review certain toxicity data on a pesticide before it may be registered. EPA's review process is not, however, exhaustive. The toxicity studies that EPA reviews do not include many disease endpoints such as immune system effects, endocrine or hormone disruptions, learning deficits, or chronic diseases such as Parkinson's disease. The peer review science has, however, linked all of those effects to pesticide exposure, and at the hearing that my committee held on this bill in February, many doctors testified before the committee on that point. Another problem with the federal process is that the data EPA reviews is supplied by the registrant and therefore is generally based on tests performed by the chemical industry itself. A third major issue is that EPA's review is that it evaluates pesticides on their individual merit rather than against other pesticides, substances, or practices that are available for achieving the same purpose. There's no comparative assessment in that sense. For example, the chemical 2,4-dichlorophenoxyacetic acid, 2,4-D, which was an ingredient in Agent Orange, is registered with EPA as a pesticide, despite the fact that many such safer alternatives exist. Finally, EPA's review process is not actually a health-based assessment. It's a risk-benefit assessment. This means that even if a pesticide does not meet the requisite safety standard, EPA may still register it if the economic value appears to outweigh the health risk. Now, because the federal process, we believe, didn't adequately protect people and the environment from the harms of pesticide use, we thought it was important that local government, your government, our government, take steps to bridge the gaps that are created by the federal regime. A final objection we heard to the Act was that mandatory restrictions weren't needed, that education and outreach alone would be sufficient to reduce unnecessary toxic pesticide use. Studies have shown to the contrary. A 2004 review of pesticide use reduction programs found that education and outreach programs alone achieved far less rate of reduction than those supported by enforceable legislation, and that the most enforceable, most successful, most adequately kind of satisfying kind of approaches is really a combination of enforcement plus education. And so to that end, in our bill, we included an educational component establishing training for the applicators and publicly available courses on integrated pest management at the University of the District of Columbia. And I see that your bill also includes that aspect. In fact, education turned out to be quite important for us in the actual process of getting this law passed. Initially, our law was opposed by the National Pest Management Association, which is a trade organization representing local DC-based pest management companies. After significant work and outreach by my office and others to explain and to revise the bill to some extent, the organization withdrew its objections. The primary concerns that it had stemmed from, turns out, a misunderstanding of the bill. Although they first saw it as a threat in their ability to provide their services, they came to understand that the bill merely restricted the use of particularly harmful pesticides for which there are safer, more effective alternatives. I think, and I guess you share this view with your legislation, that action on the local level is vital to the protection of people and the environment from the harms of toxic pesticide exposure. And in our case, although my law is much trimmer than what you're proposing, it's part of an overarching framework of things that I've done on the council. For example, we've banned coal tar sealant on driveways, which is completely unnecessary. It's also part of dealing with pesticides in the home. We require, for example, that applicators tell a homeowner what the alternatives are for integrated pest management and allow them to have that as a possibility for their use. We also have a general chemical bill that we put into place limiting emission of harmful chemicals. The Human Environmental Health Protection Act of 2010, it regulated the sale and manufacture of products such as bisphenol A, BPA, and polybrominated disphenyl ethers, PBDEs. It phases out the use of perchloroethylene, PERC, in dry cleaning, reduces phosphorus permitted in dish detergent, and so on. It's part of an overarching way of trying to deal with these toxic chemicals in the environment. So I come here to share with you what we did, and it's part of, I said, a larger sort of framework of what we're doing, but to also tell you the kinds of things that we encountered. And as I mentioned, at the end of the day, the bill was passed unanimously by the council, and it's already begun its implementation. There are regulations being drafted. The educational courses will be presented in the fall. I think we're off to a pretty good start. So I want to applaud you for the work that you're doing and ask you if there's anything from our experience that you might want to know that might be helpful to you.
Hear, hear, great job, thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate you
Okay, when
sharing
I was
that with
invited
us.
here, you said that you might have some questions, so I don't want any questions, but that's fine.
Thank you. And I noticed that County Council Member Mark Elrich is here and wanted to know if you wanted to say anything.
All right.
Poor guy doesn't have a way of not saying no.
It's good to see old friends and new people, and welcome to the city. I'm one of your constituents, so it's a little reversal. I don't often come and testify at city council hearings, but when I do, I prefer Dos Equis. No, but seriously, I think you've got an important issue in front of you here. And I just want to say something about Tacoma Park, because I would have a very hard time doing this in Montgomery County. Tacoma Park has been a special place for a long time. It's been a place where you've been able to do progressive things when you've been out in front on whether it's the environment or immigrant rights or any wide range of issues. This city has been in the lead. And I think you have an opportunity again to take a leading position on this, and I would urge you to do it. I wasn't much into turf and lawn chemicals until I got involved in artificial turf in my office, and I've been sent into battle by my staff many times to battle artificial turf things. And often what you find from the turf industry is they give you a litany of all the bad chemicals used in preserving lawns and keeping things green and pretty, and why you should support the chemicals that are in artificial turf versus the chemicals that are in lawn products. And I guess I've come to learn a lot and become increasingly aware about the hazards in the chemicals, as well as the very lax regulatory system that we're under now, where so few products have been evaluated and so few chemicals have been fully evaluated, and where the stew of chemicals have not been evaluated. Oftentimes they evaluate one chemical in isolation, but they don't look at what happens when I add multiple chemicals into literally a toxic soup, and what's the effect of that. That's often, typically left out of the kind of analyses that are done. So I think, what's before you is a sort of modest step to say, for cosmetic purposes, we're not going to do this here. And for cosmetic purposes, there are other ways of keeping lawns green and attractive or attractive. I've seen lots of my neighbors install not the traditional green lawn, but plantings and more natural things that grow in the environment that are equally attractive, I think, in some ways much more attractive than the traditional green lawn. But I think whether you're doing lawns or whether you're doing just, yard design, there are multiple ways of achieving good, healthy designs that don't require the use of pesticides and herbicides to the degree that they're currently used now. My colleague, Roger Berliner, I believe, is going to introduce something that will at least constrain the county on what it does on its property. And I think that's a good thing, but I think your proposal goes farther. I think you correctly recognize the role of education, the idea that you would phase this in over a couple of years rather than requiring everything to change tomorrow, I think is really important. I think you'll probably find a lot of public acceptance for this. I think as you do an educational campaign, not just on what are the alternatives, but what are the consequences, what are the things that people really are putting on their lawns. I think that the public support for this will grow, not diminish. So I'd encourage you to take the steps to pass what's been proposed and to go forward with the education. And hopefully, a couple of years from now, Montgomery County will be able to once again learn from Tacoma Park and do the kind of things that Montgomery County has done on other occasions after Tacoma Park has done them. And so I would certainly appreciate your support. And I think that you're going to have a lot of happy constituents if you do this. So thank you for giving me a few moments tonight, and look forward to working with you.
And I also want to recognize that In addition to Councilmember Elrich, we're also joined by a former colleague on the Tacoma Park City Council, former council member Carol Stewart. Thank you for being here as well. And I think that finishes public comment for this evening. And so, I don't know. But we will take a short break and come back for our 6 voting items and then our work session discussion of Safe Grow Zone. Thank you all. We have, I hope, minimal council comments this evening. Councilmember Daniels-Cohen.
They're never minimal. I'm sorry.
Well, I'll set the 3 minutes on you.
Oh, no, don't do that. Okay, first, it was so exciting to see all you passionate people. A lot of you have left, so your passion only lasts till about 9:30, but it's still, it's okay. I think this year we've had more people come to speak on topics that we've had before the council, and it's terrifically exciting. It's terrifically exciting. Just what a week. So many gold stars for so many, for so much over and above the beyond the call of duty, and a great celebration of independence. What a parade. Many gold stars to Marianne Miles for being a great parade director and always keeping her cool. You need to walk a mile in her shoes to get a sense of putting the parade together. This will give you a quick headache. Just think of over 100 entries. I'm just guessing there may have been more than 100. At about 30 people per entry. It's like nailing Jell-O to a tree in 95-degree heat. Great job for her and the whole Tacoma Park Independence Day Committee. Let me tell you a little bit about that. I know you think, as residents of the city, this is done by paid people. All the people that put that parade and all day on for the 4th of July are volunteers. Volunteers. Yes, thank you. Every year, and this was the 124th, they're always volunteers. Now, I'm not going to say everybody's a volunteer because the police, Public Works, Recreation Department, the city supports the parade and the day as well, as they do almost all of the festivals. But just remember, this lady, you have no idea. I've run probably in my life 30 or 40 parades out of Laurel, Maryland. You're crazed. You've got all these fire trucks, people screaming at you, where do I go, where do I go, what do I do? And she's so cool. I was not that cool, but we got all of our parades off. Let's see, where was I? Just for your information, there's probably been a Daniels in this parade since 1950. So that would be the legacy of the Daniels clan. And P.S., I got to ride in a 1946 Lincoln convertible with red leather interior. We made the Huffington Post and Channel 4 6 o'clock news. That would be Tacoma Park, and maybe other stations as well. Let's see. I'm bouncing around a little bit here. I just wanted to quickly mention Ward 3 rocks. So that rode with me in the car. Huge gold stars to Sherman Listserv Neighbors for a surprise 20th wedding anniversary party for Jack Cohen and me. We were married in Opal Daniels Park 20 years ago, this 4th of July. I always bring the cake to every year, but I couldn't this year. And Sherman, the Sherman Avenue Listserv stepped up to the plate, took care of it. They even got some great Kay and Jack stories. There were some pretty funny ones out there. Great gold stars to Paula Lazowski, and I hope that I am saying Paula's name right. What happened to her? Here she is. Paula is, I think, the part-time, half-time seniors coordinator. And when I say seniors, I'm not talking about seniors in high school. I'm talking about us old guys. She has created a spectacular seniors program on a wing and a prayer. As always, I talk about the monthly Tacoma Park newsletter. This is Paula's newsletter. She puts this out every month herself alone. I don't think she has any volunteers that help her. She may. I could be wrong. There's everything you needed to know for if you're 55 or older. It's called Forever Young. And if you come and partake of any of these programs, I guarantee you'll stay forever young. They're all really great programs. So great job, Paula, and many gold stars to her. And that's it from my side of the mountain.
Councilmember Mail.
Thank you. There's a really important meeting about the environment happening on the 29th of July, and that's the meeting, essentially a roundtable, a public forum, a discussion with the Brendel Group, which is the consultant the city hired to help us build an action plan. So really figure out how we move from these broad ideas of energy and saving money for residents working in lower income housing to figuring out concrete what is it that we can change? Where do we put money? Where do we change policy? It's a group that is an expert from all around the country. They've done sustainability plans in Utah and Colorado and other places, and it's just this great opportunity to get to talk to them directly, to see that the plan that they're developing, to work with the Committee on the Environment, who they've been interacting with, to hear from city staff. And it's this really key moment, I think, for the community to be able to participate. It happens, I believe, on a Monday night at 7 o'clock in this room, or at least in this building, and we are not meeting, so to get your fix of city functions, they can take our place for that night. But it's just a really key meeting if you care about progress and sustainability. I want to address one of the public comments, which was about whether the City Council could take away the voting rights of other people. In fact, they cannot. The Constitution forbids any discrimination based on age of anyone over 18. It's only under 18 that there's any flexibility for council to, or a state or a county or anyone else to do anything different to voting ages. That's very carefully prescribed, and of course, there are all sorts of constitutional protections for minorities and other groups. So council's ability to change who can vote in Tacoma Park is very limited to people like felons and people who have a felony conviction who are on parole and people who are 16 and 17. The third point I wanted to make, and I know this addresses Safe Grow, and we're going to have a work session on that later on, was just about the limits of science. We heard a lot about science tonight. Science can't answer all these questions. It can't answer the question of risk tolerance. Science can tell you how much risk is associated with any decision, whether that's how to farm, how to treat cancer, how to teach children, but it can't tell you exactly how much risk you take. That's a public policy decision. It's a decision that everybody gets to participate in, how much risk you want to take in your community. And so I think to the question of science and using EPA science or using this set of studies, using that set of studies, we can be informed by science, but ultimately the body, this council, this community, get to decide for ourselves about how much risk we want to take and how cautious we want to be when the choice is between maintaining a lawn and public health. Thank you.
Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you.
my appreciation once again to everyone who came out and spoke at the meeting and people who are in attendance here and didn't speak, and then to everyone who's watching the council meeting for whatever issue you're interested in on TV or over the internet. Just a reminder that there will be a community meeting regarding the planned WMATA EYA development, residential development at the Tacoma Metro Station on Tuesday, July the 16th, at the former Washington Theological Union building on Laurel Street Northwest, just off Eastern Avenue Northwest, with WMATA and the developer EYA presenting the concept plans and designs as they've been elaborated to the state, with D.C. Council Member Muriel Bowser, who's also a member of the WMATA board, in attendance. I believe that the mayor and the city manager, Tacoma Park city manager, will be attending as well. This is, let's call it, complementary to the Tacoma Park City Council work session on July the 22nd. This is a chance for individuals to attend and hear directly from the developer and WMATA about the plans and pose questions and so on. We do have plans posted at, I'll give you a URL, it's a little bit long, dc-md, neighborsfortacomatransit.org. That's dc-md, neighborsfortacomatransit.org. Thank you.
Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to reiterate what Councilmember Daniels Cohen had said about the Independence Day Parade. I thought it was great, not just the parade, but also the fireworks display and the evening program. And I wanted to take a minute to thank a couple of the people and organizations who helped make it possible. I apologize to all those volunteers who helped put the parade and the fireworks program together. And there are a lot of them, so I'm not able to mention all, but I did want to specifically mention Gene Herman, who does lead the whole Tacoma Park Independence Day Committee, and he's also taken charge of organizing the evening program and the fireworks. Marianne Miles, who Councilmember Daniels Cohen mentioned earlier, did another fantastic job this year of organizing the parade and bringing all the different participants together. See changes in the parade. It's kind of keeping with the past and also adding some new things each year. And then also Susie Young, I wanted to mention for her hard work on finding and managing all the vendors at the both the parade and the evening program. Also thank the city staff, including the police chief and his people, and also Public Works Department with Daryl Braithwaite and all of her workers. Then I'd also thank Ace Hardware and the other Tacoma Park businesses who are such strong supporters of the day's events. The city government does help with some of the funding, but a lot of the funding is provided by the local businesses, and also city residents through their donations and purchase of raffle tickets. So it's a real community event. It's a community, not just a day for going out, but it's also created by the community. So thank you to everyone. Thank you.
Councilmember Schultz.
I want to make an announcement with regard to the Erskine Street traffic calming project, which will be of interest to the folks in Ward 6 who live in the Hillwood Manor community. That project is going to be up for first reading at next week's City Council meeting, which is the 15th, I believe. And the second reading will be at the following Monday on the 22nd. It's not on the rolling agenda right now, but it actually is on the rolling agenda, and it's going to be up. So there is not going to be another public hearing because the City Council basically held its public hearing on this in June of last year, June of 2012, when it approved going forward with the planning study. And since there's unanimity apparently from the community at the couple meetings that the Department of Public Works held, there seemed to be united agreement on the plan that should be constructed. The City Council is just going to go ahead with these 2 readings over the next 2 sessions. And if anybody from Hillwood Manor or anywhere else wants to comment, they certainly can do that. When there's an ordinance up, there's always time for citizen comment before a vote is taken on either of those 2 occasions. So there's that. Secondly, I just want to say it's always the talk about the parade and the whole day of events. A tremendous amount of work goes into it. I just, and people don't appreciate it because the volunteers that are doing this make it look easy. But it's a complicated, extremely complicated thing that it's magical, in fact, how they pull it out of the hat every year. And why we didn't get rain, literally the Lord only knows, I think. I will say that I had the privilege of riding on the back end of a bright red 1956 Buick Roadmaster, sitting there, and I hope I never have to do that again. I thank the owner for the privilege of riding in his car, because it's been a long time, 57 years since that car was manufactured. But it overheated constantly. The engine died. The car weighs over 8,000 pounds. It gets 3 miles to the gallon around the city and 8 on the highway. And every time the driver, bless his heart, had to keep racing the engine to keep it from conking out, which of course caused it to overheat more. And so sitting in the back, I almost got thrown backwards onto the pavement more than once. And so next year I think I will walk, maybe. I'm not sure what, but assuming I'm reelected to the City Council, of course. Just wanted to make those crazy comments. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to forego any comments this evening in the interest of keeping things moving. Does the city manager have any comments?
Thank you. Just a few short comments. We had a discussion with the State Highway Administration today. One of the things we discussed was having a single point of contact on the city side who's going to be a member of our Housing and Community Development staff, Erican Osberg, who will be the single point of contact. I know last week there was a question about the New Hampshire Avenue Bridge project, and Erican is going to be taking the lead in terms of responding to SHA as it relates to that issue, as well as following up on some of the signage-related issues that we discussed, I think, last week around Sligo Creek Park. Also, maybe an announcement, the Government Operations Committee for Montgomery County is going to be discussing municipal tax duplication at a July 15th meeting next week. Our city staff continues to pore over what is a very long OLO municipal tax duplication report. And as we continue to go through that, if we find anything that we think is of particular importance, we will be sure to send that out to council on that topic. I know that we certainly want to have some city representatives perhaps at that July 15th meeting as well, just to make sure that Tacoma Park's perspective is shared properly. I also want to give some thanks to many of the volunteers. I went to my first 4th of July celebration and first fireworks. It was fantastic. Thank you very much to the volunteers who put that on, and thank you very much to Chief Daryl Braithwaite and the Parks and Recs folks. They did a fantastic job of keeping us safe. Minimal issues, I think, that night. DPW did a fantastic job cleaning it up. I know everybody has fun and then they leave, but I was with a lot of DPW folks that were there until very late cleaning up, both at the parade as well as by the fireworks. So I just want to send a special thanks to them. They didn't get a chance to spend it with their families, so they did a great service for the city. And then finally, just another recognition to Yvonne Brooks and our budget staff, for the 7th year in a row, the city has gotten the Excellence in Financial Reporting Award. And I just wanted to read what that award means. It's by an independent body, the Government Finance Officers Association. It established the award in 1945 to encourage and assist state and local governments to go beyond the minimum requirements of generally accepted accounting principles to prepare comprehensive annual financial reports that evidence the spirit of transparency and full disclosure, and then to recognize individual governments that succeed in achieving that goal. So, just another thanks to council, to the budget staff in terms of passing a budget that, again, was recognized by an independent body. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't have any minutes to adopt, so we will move to our regular meeting. And the first item on the agenda is a consent agenda, and I understand that Councilmember Smith wants to remove one item.
Yes. And I would like to remove the resolution, what is it, adopting the Long Branch Sector Plan.
Okay. And we will delay that until next week.
Yes.
Okay. So we have a revised consent agenda with only 5 items. Would somebody like to move the consent agenda?
Move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Seaman, second by Councilmember Daniels-Cohen. There are 2 single reading ordinances on here, so this consent agenda requires a roll call vote. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Siemens?
Aye.
Councilmember Schultz?
Aye.
Councilmember Mail?
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes?
Aye.
Councilmember Daniels-Cohen?
Yes.
Mayor Williams?
Aye. That carries unanimously. We will move to our next agenda item, which is a first reading ordinance amending the Tacoma Park Code, Title VI, Housing. Ms. Daines is here and is going to give us a brief sense of anything here, and I believe one change.
As the mayor has indicated, the council is being asked this evening to consider the first reading on ordinance amending Title VI, which deals with our housing laws. They range everywhere from rental housing licensing and the property maintenance code to rent stabilization and the sale of rental facilities. As noted in the cover memo, with the exception of the items identified in the summary sheet, the changes are fairly minor in nature and are intended to clarify confusing language, standardize references, address issues that have arisen since the code was last reviewed in 2003, and comply with the changing state legislation. Rather than go through each of the points that are noted in the cover memorandum, I thought we would just open it up for questions if you have any concerns regarding the changes that have been are included within the code amendment. Many of these, or all of them, have been addressed in a series of work sessions that you've had since January. The one exception that I would like to point out is when I was going through and preparing for tonight's discussion, I noticed that we had inadvertently deleted one of the COLTA remedies regarding retaliatory evictions. Jesse, the city clerk, passed this out earlier. What I'd like the council to consider is, during the first reading of the ordinance, if you would like to incorporate this language in the ordinance amendment. So basically, the lower part where the yellow tag is, that should actually stay in the ordinance and not be deleted as is shown in the red-line version of the amendment that you have in your packet.
So this was existing language that we didn't change?
I believe it's new language that was added and then inadvertently deleted and is showing up as being deleted now. It should not be deleted. It should be incorporated in the language.
So it's language that was discussed as an addition when we went through this in work session?
And in the process of over the last 6 months, not quite sure what happened, but it's supposed to be in there.
Okay. So this was something that we looked at when we went over these items in work session?
Correct.
Okay.
And with that, if there are any questions regarding the proposed amendment, we'll be glad to answer them for you.
Any council questions? Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. I'm getting questions from tenants regarding candidates' access to buildings. Can you just go through how you see that working, how city employees would get access,
Just an overview of how you think the ordinance would work.
I mean, logistically, the city employees or the candidates would have to make arrangements with the landlord to be granted access if they're, asserting their rights under this law. The candidates would have to be properly registered candidates in whatever election or jurisdiction where they're running for office, and they'd have to be representing the residents of the building that they're trying to access. And then the landlord, and then they'd have to put up notice of when they're going to be there, and the landlord would have a right to be there and monitor things. So that's, I don't have any knowledge of how this has worked in practice. It is something that's allowed in one jurisdiction in the United States, and there don't appear to be a lot of problems arising from it, but I don't know of anyone with practical experience.
And so this covers all elections, state, federal,
right,
county.
Right.
If I might add, the individual tenants do have an opportunity to exclude candidates from actually knocking on their door and talking to them. And we're working on developing a notice that would be distributed to landlords and in turn distributed to their tenants so that it's clearly identified as, I'm not interested in talking to you, be you a city employee or a political candidate.
And can tenants download this notice off the website?
We're in the process now of putting together the materials that are referenced not only in the first section of the code, but also in the landlord's rights and responsibilities regarding distribution of voter registration materials. So that'll be available online, as well as a form or a suggested format for the notice that the landlords would give to the tenants, and voter registration information, general governance issues, how the city of Tacoma Park operates, that kind of thing.
Okay. Just one point of clarification. I don't believe that we allow residents to exclude city employees who may be doing things like enforcement investigations and things like that. It's only excluding the candidates.
You mean exclude them from knocking on the door, not from entering their apartment?
Correct.
Okay.
Anybody can still decline to allow anybody to enter their own residence.
So technically, if you were excluded from all of the units in a building, you could still stand in the lobby and talk to people coming in and out?
If they want.
Yes.
If they wanted to talk to you, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And when you were describing the kind of the declared candidates being eligible to do this in the case of the city election, does that mean the 5-week period after the nominating caucus?
Right. At this point, unless we change the nomination process or allow people to pre-register, then that's what we're working with.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember Schultz.
Earlier, we had a person come and testify who represented an area-wide property managers association. I don't remember the name of the organization, and going back in my notes, I was unable to recall
I think it was AOBA.
The Association of
Owners
and Building something. And so, which leads me to my question, recalling that gentleman's testimony, which he expressed concern about the ordinance. Have we, to what degree have we gotten any input from property managers and owners of large apartment complexes on this? Because if we have, I've not been made aware of it, I don't believe. isn't to say that you haven't sent it. I may not have read it.
The information on both the access to multifamily buildings as well as the information regarding distribution of registration materials has been provided to tenants in a variety of formats, as well as landlords, primarily through, as far as the one-on-one contact, if you will, have been at the tenants' right workshops. We've had a network meeting of tenant associations and then the monthly landlord certification seminars. And frankly, the response has been fairly negative. We've encouraged everyone to provide formal comment to the council, and I don't know if anyone has actually followed through. Frankly, I haven't seen any comments regarding that specific issue. The gentleman that came here and was representing the larger rental facilities in the area was also given the opportunity to provide written comment, but he did not follow through on that. So I don't have anything in writing for you, just based on the interactions that staff has had with tenants and landlords when this issue has come up. It has not been positive.
It has not been positive.
It has not been positive.
I'm wondering if you can put some of that into a memorandum to sort of get an idea, because I don't want us to expose ourselves to a lawsuit. I don't want to, after we've adopted this aspect of the law, the proposed change to the ordinance, and I want to make sure that we can honestly say that we've listened to the concerns of tenant associations. I mean, if tenants, you have two classes of people here. You have the tenants themselves who apparently may be concerned, fearful, whether they're justified or unjustified, I don't know. And you have landlords who may say this is our property and you've got no right to do this, et cetera, and so forth. I don't know. I just want to make sure that those points of view have been heard. Now, I understand that if they're not going to take the time to put anything in writing, that puts us in a very awkward position. I mean, it makes it very difficult for us to consider their concerns and be responsive. But I just would hope that there's some way we can get some input to give us guidance before we adopt this.
I can ask staff to provide a brief memo regarding the input that they've received, recognizing it'll be anecdotal and general in its...
Generalized. Yeah, I understand it has to be generalized.
On the issue of exposure to a lawsuit, I mean, there's no way to prevent them from trying to challenge the law, but I did see the gentleman's comments, and you know, he made a very vague reference to constitutional concerns, and the council has a confidential legal memo from our office where we did an analysis of the constitutional concerns and attempted to craft an ordinance that meets constitutional requirements.
And for your information, I did send that gentleman that we're referring to, whose name none of us can rightly recall, an email thanking him for his testimony and asking him to, keep us informed of his concerns and provide us any additional information he thought might be helpful. And I think Councilmember Grimes may have done the same thing, if I recall correctly, but I never got a response for whatever that means.
Of course, any legal argument against the ordinance, we would love to see and analyze.
Sure. Thank you. I understand.
Councilmember Daniels-Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. In this huge ordinance, the one exciting thing is the fact that as a candidate during an election, whether it's city, county, state, or federal, you could at least have the opportunity to get inside these vertical buildings. because we haven't ever been able to do that. This is the first time. And what I don't understand is the paranoia about what might happen to the people inside the building by the candidates. I mean, I'm like a candidate going, oh, do. All I want to do is tell people who want to hear what I'm about and why I'm running and why they should get out of their vertical buildings and go and vote if they're registered, and why they should go and register because it's really important to them as a human being. And I just, what did this gentleman, just constitutionally, it was icky, or that was a technical term, icky.
Well, I mean,
There's a lawyer's term, icky.
Anytime you're mandating what people do with their property and who has access.
Yeah, but all you
to
got
their
to do is say, I'm not interested. That's all. It's the same shtick when you go door knocking and you knock on the door and they say, I'm not interested. You go, thank you for your time, and you go down the 400 steps and then go up the next 400 steps. But you don't stand there and try and sell somebody if they're not interested. I at least as a candidate, I didn't. Now, there may be candidates who might, but it would be...
They didn't win.
Huh?
They didn't win.
Yeah, it would be silly to do that. It's just curious. All of a sudden, there's paranoia about people who live in Tacoma Park. Maybe paranoia is too strong a word, but it just seems bizarro to me. That's another technical lawyer term. So, all right. Thanks.
I mean, it's our position that the city can do what's proposed in the ordinance.
Because it's so exciting all of a sudden to have the chance to actually connect with people in the apartment buildings, to actually be able to speak with them if they want to speak to you. If they don't, fine. I don't want to take up your time if you're not interested. But just so I can get you engaged in what's going on in the city where you live. Boop, that's it for me.
Councilmember Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. One question, 3 comments. My question is, there is already a standing state law that applies to Montgomery County that requires landlords to give candidates access to lobbies to distribute election material. Is that correct? Am I remembering that?
Yes.
Correct. So, in terms of the access to the private property, that's already there. We're adding, further ability to get to the doors, to knock on the doors, but in terms of and we're adding more detail about how you request access and how you get access. But that precedent, as it were, of having candidates be in apartment buildings is already established under state law in this county.
Right, and I'm not aware that, it does not appear to have ever been challenged or tested.
Okay.
So that's some evidence that it's good law and not subject to challenge, but not proof. Just because somebody else has done something doesn't mean it's constitutional.
Thank you. And 3 quick comments. During some of the earlier either public hearings or just sessions that we had on voting laws in general, we did hear from one apartment dweller, Vanita Myers, came and spoke, and she said that she would welcome having candidates come and try to persuade her of how well they would represent her. So at least one resident took the time to be here to speak about that. Second comment is that I'd ask the city, and this I think would take the cooperation between your department, Sarah Staines, and the city clerk, to look at our baseline participation in elections for apartment buildings. I know because I've requested access and bought access to data from Maryland on elections in Tacoma Park, and when I look at the data, which reports on whether people are in an apartment or not, it looks like about 8.5% of our residents vote in city elections. 20% of our apartment dwelling residents voted in the presidential election in 2012. So we've got a baseline for municipal elections. Those numbers may or may not be correct, but the city could establish a baseline, and then we could see how this change affects that, if it does. it would be really nice to know those statistics. And I asked for your departments to work together because just to confirm that the database that the housing department has of which units really are apartments and the election file really match up. I'm not certain, you may know already, but that's the case. But it would just be good to cover those. The third comment is thank you both and your staff and the city attorney's office for all the work you've done in this document over many, many, many months, I suppose maybe years. I'm not sure how long it's been in the works. And I look forward to seeing us pass it. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't say thank you either. Thank you. This is a massive bit of information, and I know, I can tell it had to be a lot of hard work.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. I wanted to address some of the questions that Councilmember Daniels-Cohen had. The feedback I'm getting from tenants is it's privacy. You know, they move into these buildings and they don't want strangers coming to knock on their door. So that's one of the issues. Somebody may have mentioned at one time that, you know, you have FedEx that comes or the postman comes to the building. But in that case, the tenant requested it. So they don't understand why it's not an organic process that candidates or council members, elected officials, establish relationships with the people that live in the buildings. That's their concern. They don't, rather than council just mandating that candidates have access, they want people, I guess, to come throughout the year and create these relationships. So that's their big issue. Privacy, and these relationships are not organic.
Councilmember Stevens.
Thank you, Mayor. Ever since I've been on the council, we have talked about our desire to engage tenants in the same way that the single-family homeowners are engaged in community activities. Obviously, there are many tenants in the city who are engaged, including those who live in high-rise and garden apartments. But my perception is that it's to a much lesser extent than people living in single-family homes or whether they own or rent the single-family homes. And I see this change as one that's trying to level the playing field. I happen to live in a single-family home, and candidates for office can come to my door and seek my support, tell me what their positions are and what their campaign's about. And as I say, this is just an attempt to level the playing field for tenants so that tenants have the same opportunity to hear from candidates and get the same type of input that other residents of the city get, with the overall goal, from my perspective, of increasing participation, increasing interest and awareness among tenants who live in controlled buildings. I've been kind of surprised, but when you talk with the people, I've heard the same things that Councilmember Smith has heard, that they feel, well, it's an invasion of their privacy of their home to have somebody knock on their door. And I can kind of empathize with that because I have that same feeling, when I'm sitting at home working and someone knocks on my door and wants me to support their candidacy. But I think overall the benefits outweigh the negative. So I support this.
Councilmember Grimes.
My view almost exactly tracks Councilmember Siemens. I would just add a few things that I find the word privacy is perhaps misused here, given that, for instance, if the person is already a registered voter, the person's date of birth is already on the voter registration list and available to the candidate or anyone who obtains a copy of that voter registration list. The person's home is not being invaded. Someone is simply knocking on the door or ringing a doorbell. I don't see anything extraordinary here, I see, as Councilmember Siemens put it, a level playing field where the tenants will enjoy the same right of inclusion in political processes that Councilmember Siemens and I and anyone else who lives in a single-family home already enjoys, which includes the right to exclude someone via a sign from knocking on my door.
Is there any public comment on this? Yes. Any public comment? It was moved, right? The mover and seconder? No? All right, sorry.
Should be maybe
Who would like to move it?
with the reinsertion of
That's
the
right, that's right.
paragraph that Sarah Daines indicated earlier.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Grimes, second by Councilmember Siemens. Any public comment? Seeing none, this is a first reading, so all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. We'll now move to item 3 on the agenda, which is first reading ordinance amending the Tacoma Park Code, Title 7, Purchasing, Chapter 7.08, Living Wage Ordinance. And this is intended to remove the exemption for contractors or subcontractors with fewer than 10 employees, which will realign us with the Montgomery County ordinance on the same topic. Would somebody like to move it?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Daniels Cohen, second by Councilmember Grimes. Is there any council comment? Any public comment? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. That passes unanimously. We now move to item number 4, first reading ordinance adopting a wage adjustment for staff not covered by a collective bargaining agreement. Would somebody like to move it?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Mayo, seconded by Councilmember Grimes. Any council comments? Any public comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. We now move to item number 5, which is a resolution approving submission of legislative action requests to the Maryland Municipal League. We're joined by Deputy City Manager Ludlow. We talked about this last week. We came up with a list of 6. We can only do 3. The resolution is drafted with all 6. We strike the 3 we're not going to do.
Yes. Had limited amount of time to do a little bit of research, but I was able to do some, so I want to report on that now and just say just a few brief words about each item. The first item, which is to ensure that an adequate formula for future highway user revenue for municipalities is established, is certainly one that will be considered by MML. The question for you is whether you want it as one of your 3, recognizing that it would be pretty remarkable if MML did not move forward with that as one of its priorities. The second item is to support in general the recommendation of the Task Force on Municipal Tax Duplication. On this item, because of the complexity of it, my feeling is that it's not likely to be settled this year, that it would require a lot of work. There was also going to be a lot of work being done at the county level in Montgomery County. So then the question for you is it important, because of the importance of the issue in general, to have it as one of our 3, or is it something that we continue just to work on? And so that's kind of up in the air about how you want to handle that. The third item has to do with ensuring that telecommunication fees continue to be paid to local government. As with the previous 2 items, MML will be following these items because they have to do with municipal revenue. On this one, it might be good for us to have us as a requester because the committee that gets involved in this is Ways and Means, with our Representative Sheila Hickson as the chair of the Ways and Means Committee. And so it may help keep that, it just may cause a little bit more eyes going up if our name is on that request. On the 4th, mid-year tax rebates, or an option to give rebates and change the tax rate in the middle of the year. Had some discussions with MML. I looked at some of the the past legal advice. My feeling on this is it's not likely to go forward. So it would be something that you could pursue if you wished, but with MML, it's not restricted to municipalities with an option for making money for municipalities. There's also lots of little, kind of small details, such as when have your mortgage payment and you have your escrow fixed, how do you deal with the changed tax rate mid-year? How do you change with some of the kinds of, the many different kinds of things that are kept by the state on tax rates for municipalities? My anticipation is that the state would fight very hard on that one. Again, it's a possibility, and you can put it forward. I looked into the concept of financing appliance purchases via utility bills. And again, it's an issue that's not limited to municipalities. And on this one, it would not result in revenue for municipalities, but it certainly advances the issue that we would like to encourage energy-saving appliances and make it more feasible for especially lower-income folks. I did have a few conversations about this, and there has been some movement in the state legislature on some related kinds of items. I did talk to Jerry Pasternak of PEPCO also on this. He said that he felt that some versions of these things would be moving forward over time in the state legislature. His concern from a utility standpoint is simply that they already have a problem with bad debt of people who might not pay their utility bills for electricity, and what would they do if they're not paying back for their refrigerator or those kinds of things. But that's something that, as he said, that he felt that the state legislature was already moving on some of these things. He referenced a bill by Doyle Neiman in the last session. It's not it's not directly related to appliances. Nevertheless, he felt that there would be some movement overall in time as some of the details get worked out about how do you approve those things. So it sounds like it's kind of seen as a good cause, but it has some complexity. And the final item here is to allow municipalities to purchase streetlights. This has been an important issue for the city of Tacoma Park, especially as we move more towards energy efficiency, and we want more efficient streetlights. It goes into the mix every legislative session. My personal belief is that it's pretty important, and that at some point it has to get done. It does get put forward by a number of folks each year. One of the things that may cause, the legislative committee also looks at how many times does something fail when it tries to judge whether to support it. On this one, I'm not sure where that might stand. So those are my senses of those, and looking forward to knowing which three you'd prefer.
If I can start out by reinforcing the point that you made on the third one, that the telecommunications fees paid to local governments, if we didn't get those, that would be a big impact.
It's a significant amount of money for many municipalities, and particularly Tacoma Park.
Right. And your point about the influence of having Tacoma Park as the one bringing this forward and our name associated with it, with the chance for any bill that might do us harm going through Ways and Means, and having our delegate as the chair of that, I think would be important for us to be out front on, which would potentially preclude some issues from ever getting far enough to harm us. I think that's a really important point to make. I think the number 6, the streetlights, it's been around for a while. The bill has generally had some problems when it's been introduced. I'm not sure of the likelihood of success, but I think it's one of those things that we have to keep plugging away. Again, it would save us a fair amount of money if we could do something like that in the long term and get us to more sustainability on that as well, because we end up paying for outmoded technology at a high cost that isn't really doing the job for public safety.
Well, and in this, I mean, we actually, in a number of cases, have actually purchased the streetlights in the first place, and then we have to pay Pepco again when we want to buy them back. So it is very, it is certainly frustrating, and we've testified on this issue numerous years.
And the final thing I'll say is on the first one, on ensuring the adequate formula for future highway user revenue, I think that's also crucial for us. And Tacoma Park was in the lead on that last year in testimony in the legislature in trying to get things through. It was important to be there, and I think it's good to have us in the forefront on that as well. I'm torn a little bit between that one and the second one, the municipal tax duplication, because that's always been an issue where Tacoma Park has been in the forefront. So I'm torn on which one of those is more important, but as you say, they will go forward with us or without us, so it's a question of how we want to prioritize. Council Member Mail.
Thank you, Mayor. First, a question for you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, Jay, 1 second. How does the process work? So you're the chair of the Legislative Committee of MML. So we submit a set of recommendations, and then does MML staff prepare a spreadsheet for that committee, and then the whole board, or how does it work? How do you put the suggestions together?
First off, I've been the chair the last 2 years, but I will not be the chair next year.
Okay.
But I've applied to be on the committee, and I've been led to believe that I will be on the committee again. And I will be testifying on a number of bills. Sure. The staff puts together all of the submitted bills, puts together information on them, gives their opinion on them. They're all presented in usually one meeting of the committee usually in late August, very early September, and then depending on the first read of that by the committee, some of them may be combined into kind of a super proposal, and then there's a voting done with all members of the committee submitting their choices. It's a weighted voting, and weighted in that you can vote for you can bullet vote basically, and that rating comes back to the committee. The committee talks about it some more, decides whether that's the way to go or not, has a final vote, and then presents it to the membership of the Legislative Committee in the fall.
Okay, thank you.
To the membership of the fall.
Full membership for the
Right.
fall meeting. Thank
Right.
you. And that sort of reinforces my comment I made last week about using our votes strategically, using our three strategically. It just seems to me the first two, not only can we get a chance to speak about those in support of those at the meeting, even if they're not on our list, but they're almost certain to be on the list. I appreciate the Deputy City Manager's comments about Delegate Hickson and the telecommunications fees piece, and I think that it obviously makes sense to have on the list. I still think the idea of municipal rebate authority in some form, property tax or otherwise, rebates can come in through different means, is just a novel idea that is worth bringing up for reasons that we know from last year. On the latter two, I guess I'm a bit torn by streetlights being a long-term priority, on-bill financing of energy-related things. It doesn't have to be appliance-linked in my mind either. If there's some movement there, then that's, that there's some value, so I could go either way. But I guess the two I feel most strongly about are 3 and 4. Thank you.
I also, I don't want us to waste, I don't necessarily mean waste, but to throw away a vote that, I think the highway user revenue it's going to happen anyhow. I know we've always been in the forefront, but municipal task force on tax duplication, that is so annoying to have us have to pay X and not get any services for it. But I also ensure the telecommunication, I would stay with that one as well. Ensure telecommunication fees be paid by local governments, support in general. And you know what? I'm probably going to go ahead and go with the highway user fund. I know that's probably not one I have to go with, but I'll go with it.
Did you have a third one? I can't remember.
I've got three. I bounced around. It's a bounce around night. Number 1, number 2, and number 3.
Okay. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. The three areas that I would like to see us focus would be one, telecommunication fees to be paid by local governments. I think, that's too much money for us to not be a part of our budget. I think it would be very interesting if we can figure out how to allow purchase of energy saving appliances on utility bills. Maybe we can get with Pepco and draft a bill that they be happy with, and something that we can sell to MML members that we go forward. And allowing municipalities to purchase streetlights at a fair cost, once again, it would save us a lot of money, so I think that's something that we should pursue.
Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor. Make it easy. I agree with your selections, numbers 1, 3, and 6.
Councilmember Schultz.
I think it's important to remember that all of these are issues that the city is free to push for and lobby.
Absolutely.
In Annapolis, before the session, during the session, and so it doesn't really mean we're not going to focus on, say, any one of these things. It's just a question of what we're just doing here is seeing which ones we'd like to have MML take on as our lobbying organization, if you want to call it that, on behalf of municipalities across the state. Because, for example, I think the ability for us to buy our street lights is extremely a valuable thing to be able to accomplish. But in any case, my vote is for 1, 2, and 3. I think the HUR, highway user revenues are important. I think tax duplication, I think the legislative subcommittee that worked on tax duplication at the MML came up with a proposal that would help bring all the Maryland, or most of the Maryland municipalities that have this concern all to the table, is a tremendous step forward, and we ought to take advantage and exploit that and get the state legislators to pay attention to this. And you got to start sometime. The time to do that's last year, obviously. And also telecommunications is a critical revenue source. All three of these deal with major revenue sources. The absence of any of accomplishment on any one of these things, or losing our position on any one of those things, were really hurtful to the city. So those are the ones I support.
Councilmember Grimes.
My reasoning exactly matches Councilmember Schultz's. I'm interested in what means money for the city, and that is 1, 2, and 3. If I could add a fourth, I would add the streetlights, because that also means money in a somewhat different way. I think that it's best to use the votes for the things that I want to see rather than in some tactical manner. I will comment on number 3, which is telecommunications fee. Remarks were made about the chair of the Ways and Means Committee. Delegate Sheila Hickson, District 20 Delegate Sheila Hickson, works for us. We do not work for her. she should do things that represent the interests of her constituents, which is probably everyone with a few exceptions, people in this room. And I have worked with her enough to know that she takes into account many interests, not just those of the District 20 residents, and I don't see that voting for a particular, recommending a particular item here will make a bit of difference to her. I would support including number 3 nonetheless.
Okay, so we have a clear sense that we want to support numbers 1 and 3. We have 2 items with 3 of us each supporting them, and that's number 2 and number 6. Councilmember Mayle, I only had 2 down for you. You want to break a tie?
I'll support number 6.
Okay. So I would say that based on our preferences, we have priorities for numbers 1, 3, and 6. So
I'll make the appropriate changes to the resolution, deleting the 3 whereases clauses that are associated with the others, with items 2, 4, and 5, and similarly remove those items from the be it resolved clause.
Okay. So with those edits, would somebody like to move the resolution?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Smith, second by Councilmember Schultz. Any additional council comments? Any public comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. We will now move to our agenda item number 6, which is a resolution appointing members to the voting task force. Would somebody like to move it?
I'd like to move it with the addition, I believe, Councilmember Mayle of Lucas Ritchie of Ward 2. I'd like to move it with the addition of Lucas Ritchie of Ward 2.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
I'll let the clerk figure that one out. That was a dead heat. So that's been moved. Are there any additional council comments? Is there any public comment? All those in favor of the resolution, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Okay, we will move to our final agenda item for the evening, which is the Safe Grow Zone Ordinance Work Session. We need to decide what we want to do with this, and I guess I will start off with some comments that I'd like to make. I want to address the perception in the community that seems to have taken hold in some quarters that I've been trying to delay this ordinance in order to kill it, and I just want to say that's wrong. What I've been doing is trying to make sure that we have a chance to work through the issues that come up with the solutions that will address concerns, make sure that we hear from everybody on this who wants to be heard on this. We had a long time where this has kind of been hanging around. You heard in an earlier discussion of a agenda item this evening on housing that it took us the better part of a year to get through all of those pieces and come to a place where we could vote on it. That happens. We knew that when we talked about this, we wanted to get input from the Committee on the Environment, from the city attorney, from city staff, and from all the residents who had valuable input to give us. Many of us have met with proponents and opponents, and all of those discussions have been very helpful in trying to come to a place that we feel is comfortable, that we can deal with something that will work. And I'd just like to say at this point that I like the proposal that was drafted by Councilmember Mayle, that's dated July 5th in the packet. I like this because it lowers the fines, it institutes warnings, and it has a stepped implementation. I do have a couple of things that, if I have my way, I'd like to make little tweaks to that one. I feel that we don't particularly need to have the whereas for the precautionary principle. I don't think that's necessary. And I think whatever we do, whatever we accept for the list for the items that are not allowed to be used, I think it should be clear what is on that list. I think if I had a preference, it's probably for Ontario's list, but whether it's Ontario's list or the 3 items that are listed in the proposal, or whether it's any combination of lists, I think they need to be combined by the city into one list that is made clear to people. Decide whether it needs to be adopted on some kind of official basis, whether it's regulation that says, it automatically happens, that if there are any changes, even if there aren't any changes, that it has to be republished on a periodic basis, whether that's every year, every 2 years, so that anybody who is interested in what this list is doesn't have to then go to secondary sources and say, okay, what are these lists, and combine them. We need to do that and make it clear that this is our list, no matter what the basis.
2 sentences here.
Yep.
I want to point out that the draft dated June the 7th includes a list that ends with the letter I. That is because I made an editing error in this, the predecessor to this draft, that's truncated. So that list in the 6.7 version is a truncated list.
Okay.
Due to my error.
Mm-hmm. And so I just want to say that in thinking about this effort, it's first and foremost an education campaign with enforcement to back it up after a prolonged education period. That education period is followed up with warnings before fines, and those fines are reduced from the levels we first contemplated. This is about restricting certain pesticides for cosmetic purposes on lawns. We still have exceptions so that people can spray other areas, they can spray noxious growths, they can spray noxious weeds, and they can spray invasive species. And if we make some adjustments to the one that's proposed tonight, they can spray for certain insects as well. But even for these areas, the education campaign will provide wide benefits because people will think before applying pesticides in our cheek-by-jowl city. We are relatively close together. What we do affects each other in so many immediate ways that I think this is something that we need to do. And I've thought long and hard about it. I've thought about any number of ways of trying to do this. I've listened to everybody, and this is where I've come to. Councilmember Mayo.
Thank you. First, a drafting error. And the list, the register of restricted pesticides that I offered, item number 11, fluroxapyr is misspelled. The last 2 letters are inverted. It should be P-Y-R. The subject of enforcement has been one of the major issues to be raised about this, and a lot of the comments have focused on whether this is enforceable at all. I think it's important to put that in context. So the police chief was here earlier. I remember him giving us a presentation about how our police force solves 40% of crimes in the city. That's the Category 1 crimes, the more violent and serious crimes. Well, so those laws, all those laws we have, are not perfectly enforceable, but I'm sure glad we have them. Some of the changes that were made in this revised draft, and they came from meeting with people with different perspectives on the drafts that we've looked at, they're meant to make it more enforceable. And so, to the mayor's point, there's a posting requirement that is expanded in the comments I offered, and the failure to post when you apply a pesticide to your lawn, not to the other areas that are not covered by these restrictions, the failure to post becomes a violation. A very low category violation, I think it's a Class G violation, $25 or $50 fine. That's something that's far easier to evaluate, to look outside to see a neighbor applying a pesticide, to not see a sign in a visible location at the front of a property associated with that application. It's far easier to certify that than it is what is being used or what's being violated. And that in and of itself, I think, creates a really valuable enforcement opportunity. An education opportunity, because it gives this, it allows you to connect an activity with the absence of a sign. If there even is a fee applied by a city staff person visiting, it's just a great opportunity to talk about the city ordinance, the city policy. So, I see that as a really important step that moves enforcement more toward whether there's posting. The other comment that we heard from many people is, just how we haven't proven how much of a problem that this is, and I don't believe that that's always a precondition to doing public policy. We certainly have pesticide use in the community, but the idea of having people post a sign when they go out and use pesticides becomes that mechanism all by itself. When people are posting signs, we can then observe them. We can see what's going on with behavior in the community. I think the other thing that's important here, and we heard people testify about it more a few weeks ago than we did tonight, but is the idea of how are commercial pesticide applicators treated. So commercial pesticide applicators are people who have received professional training in how to apply compounds. The revisions separate them out, in part to make it easier for them to understand what parts of the ordinance apply to them. But it also, and it treats them the same as it does a resident or a tenant or a property owner, but it simply applies the warnings and the penalties earlier, months earlier. And so that in of itself becomes a great education tool, because now the commercial pesticide applicators work for homeowners, they work for landlords, and they themselves, again, being trained experts in this area, far better able than most individual residents to be able to, to understand the different compounds and what to do. They then are able to inform people that they're working for, well, this is what I'm going to use now because I'm not allowed to use that, or this is what I won't be able to do for you, or this is how many more applications it's going to take, or how many fewer applications, how much more it'll cost, how much less it'll cost. And that becomes a really valuable tool of enforcement. And so that's to me, the main reason to phase it in earlier. It's not because I want to slap them with fines more quickly. It's because they themselves become a great educational campaign, and because I don't think this is so complicated that they won't be able to do it that much more quickly. I think it's a year, and I can look at the draft, but I think it's a year before any fine would kick in on the commercial applicators, with a 6-month period of warning before that. So those are some of the key pieces in here that are changes that I think have been responsive to what we've heard from people in the community talking about this, wanting to encourage more education. There are other details added. The committee, the Committee on the Environment, the report that we heard about tonight asked for us to talk about EPA's list of minimum use pesticides, to direct people to that, to encourage people to understand that list. There's specific direction here to tell city staff to when they produce educational outreach materials, that information on that those minimum use pesticides, minimum risk pesticides, would be in that educational material. There's other language about specific times, so after the commercial ban applies, 1 year before any individual homeowner applying would see any change, that there's educational materials distributed then. There's other language in here about educational materials, other changes to the posting requirements, what's required in posting. So I think I'll stop there. The one thing, just one other comment, which is not reflected in the additions that I made. In terms of a registry, so that the 3 lists that I had proposed be included, along with a list of 20 chemicals called out specifically, are pesticides identified as known or likely carcinogens by EPA. That's known is their highest list. Known carcinogens, they're restricted. In general, we couldn't use those anyway on lawn use. Likely carcinogens, some of those are still in use. They're very clear lists. EPA has gone through the science. It's a short list. The Environment Committee has pointed out that list is slow to change. It's probably too restrictive. Nevertheless, those are clearly very, very harmful compounds. A second list is a list of Category 1 endocrine disruptors identified by the European Commission. And this is mine. I am a scientist, but not a chemist. Regulation of endocrine disruptors has been far slower in the United States than it has been in Europe. Europe and the European Commission, in this case particularly, has identified 3 different categories of endocrine disrupting chemicals. It's a very clear list. The list is updated through an established process. You can find it online in many places in English or other languages. Category 1 is the highest category, the sort of the highest risk category. There are things that have been shown to disrupt hormone function in living organisms. So whether it's a dog or cat or monkey or rat or bee, it changes the way hormones function in that living organism. That's what the science shows. That's what they've concluded. There is evidence from at least one scientific study that meets some criteria that it disrupts endocrine function. And it's a choice of whether to include that list. I think that's an important list to be concerned about. The issue of endocrine disruptors was covered tonight in public comment, covered in discussions and material provided to us by the Committee on the Environment. The last list here, lawn pesticides identified by the EPA as a restricted use pesticide. EPA identifies compounds that are so toxic that they do not want anyone except for the certified pesticide applicators to apply them. Nevertheless, you can still buy some of those things on the shelf at Ace Hardware in Tacoma Park, for example. If you don't read the label, you would probably apply them. So again, it's a choice. All these things are choices about how much risk we want to take. But those are toxic substances that take professional training. The choice to add those on is, I believe, one that would be protective of our community not to have these compounds applied, even though a certified pesticide applicator under EPA policy can apply them in certain circumstances, often with weather restrictions, time restrictions, frequency restrictions, all sorts of other things. So I would focus on those three lists. The mayor mentioned the Ontario lists. Ontario actually has 11 lists, but the one that I think is most relevant is a list of substances that have restricted use for cosmetic purposes, lawn maintenance. It's a list of 111 chemicals. Many of the same chemicals, I think it was 12 of the same chemicals that are on this list of 20 are also on that list. There's overlap with some of these other lists I just described. But that list of 111 compounds, again, through a scientific process, review, identified, put in this list. Contrary to public testimony we heard earlier tonight, those cosmetic pesticides are not restricted from sale. So there's lots of other things that are restricted in the United States and Canada from sale because they're harmful in other ways. But the cosmetic compounds in Ontario, you can still sell them, you can still buy them, because like what we're proposing, you can use them in some circumstances. You can use them for poison ivy, you can use them for a mosquito or tick control. But for cosmetic purposes, they're restricted. So this is a list that they've identified where application is illegal in certain circumstances for cosmetic purposes. So I see the value of using that list. My personal preference, if I had to pick one at this moment, would be to just pick all 4 of those lists. But we clearly have a scientific basis by which to go on. We have this established process that other people have created. Thank you.
Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor, or not, but I thank you. This is a complex issue. And I got to kind of look at it through my simple eyes, look at, do I think there's a problem? Are we doing anything that's necessary? And when I just kind of look at the things going on in our world, in our city, I don't know whether it relates to this or not, but it certainly seems like some of these things do. Like 5 years ago, my butterfly bush was covered with butterflies, and this year it's not, and last year it was not, just had a few. I don't see wasps around building nests around my house anymore. I see a lot of kids with autism. Does that relate to this or not? I don't know. I think what it tells me, though, is it tells me that maybe the federal government isn't doing all that it should do to protect us. Then I read the precautionary principle, and I go, wow, that's scary. I don't know. I don't think I want to see that in this. I think it leads us down a slippery slope. Covers a lot of things if you base it on that. So then I look, what are the potential problems of this? And I've listened to people here tonight talk about neighbor on neighbor. People will be reporting each other. And that sounds pretty nasty. But it sounds a little bit like people calling up and saying, hey, my neighbors are too loud, and the police come down check out the noise ordinance. So I think we have neighbor-on-neighbor complaints now. But when the police get there on a noise complaint, they check to see whether the complaint is valid. They have a meter they use to read whether the noise is too much. And so that leads me into this question about how do we confirm that there really is a violation? What are the police going to do when they get there, if it's the police or whoever the staff person is? And I don't see that adequately answered in here, and I think that's something, Brian, that I want to hear from you is how are we going to enforce this? What does it mean? You know, can we enforce it? I don't think having a law. You talked about the littering law, and yes, there is a value to having the littering law and having a sign up there on the wall, but still, at some point, for somebody to get that violation, someone saw them litter, and it has to be can't just be a resident on the street saying, "Oh, that person threw that paper cup down." You know, a police officer has to see him so they can cite him for that. So how are we going to cite people for this? How are we going to know that there really is a violation? I think it's a lot easier for commercial. So without question, without a doubt, I support this for commercial applications and for commercial buildings. You know, whoever it is, whether an apartment building or any other commercial building, I think that's easier to regulate. I don't know how we do it on residential, and I'd really like to hear that before saying, yeah, I want to vote for this. And then the other piece that's kind of in here, but I'm not sure that our new city manager is comfortable with the answer, and it's something that we consider on at all of our decisions, and that's the fiscal impact. We heard some testimony tonight that you know, some of the public comments raised question with, you know, the apparent disparity between what the city attorney said and what other staff had reported. So I'd like clarity on that. What is the fiscal impact? And it, you know, it could be $1 million a year. Still, the council gets to make the decision, and whether that's worth it or not, I don't know. It might be $10 a year. Right now, it looks like it's $25,000 a year. I'd just like the new city manager to say yes, that's where he thinks it is. And I realize the city attorney doesn't work for you, but if you could kind of broker that discussion to that we come up with one number or two numbers that are at least close together. And then I leave it to my more complex colleagues to come up with lists of what's included and what's not included as far as the chemicals. Yeah, bottom line is, yeah, I kind of support this, but there's still some questions I think need to be answered before we put it to a vote. Thank you.
And it sounds like if you got those answers, say, next week, you would have the basis to decide what you want to do.
Exactly.
Okay.
We
Good.
have 2 readings.
Right. Councilmember Schultz.
I don't know that I've ever spent so much time thinking about an ordinance before and what it means and impact. And you know, some people have said, "Oh, poor you, sitting up there having to listen to all this testimony. It must be tedious and all that." Yeah, perhaps it is, but frankly, I characterize it as a privilege to be up here and being able to listen and to help the community make a decision on this. There's about four different points that I want to make. First and foremost, I guess, on this is I come down start with what is the practicality of an ordinance of this nature. By practicality, I'm talking about what is the cost, literally, to the city to administer an ordinance like this? What sort of bureaucracy do we create? Because I know opponents have said, well, we're on the path to creating a bureaucracy. And what are the liability risks to the city of being sued by lobbyists or companies that say you're depriving us of the ability to do what we have a right to do as business people? So those are things that are important to me. I do not want us to find ourselves creating another ordinance that is as complicated as the property maintenance code, where we spend a lot of time and a lot of money, legal money and staff time, enforcing it and trying to get property owners to bring the property up to code according to the law. We have big enough staff doing that, and even as big as it is, it's tough for them to keep up with it. But having thought about it a long time, I think that we can do this ordinance in a way, particularly since we've lowered the level of potential fines, that will minimize costs to the city and our bureaucracy. I think that one of the things my discussions, and I've had conversations with some of you in the audience and others about this, those who've been supportive of this ordinance, and those who've been opponent and heard the concerns. All of those conversations have forced me to rethink. So I've been doing nothing but morphing on this thing since the beginning, and thinking I've got this figured out, and then I get some other information. I think, So I've been doing that. But I think we can administer this with a minimum cost to the city, and the reason is that it comes down to enforcement. And I'd like to help people understand that there are precedents of laws that we have on the books now. First, some that don't get enforced at all, but there's still laws on our books. There's some that we do minimal or passive enforcement, but there's still laws on our books, and they're not considered to be bad laws. We have an ordinance that requires residents to pick up after their dogs. Now, the police department will tell you that they're not going to enforce that law because there's no way they can do that. They don't have the time to do it. There's a lot of practical reasons. It's not ideological that people happen to think of the rights of dogs or something. It's just practicality. But nevertheless, the law exists. There is, I gather, a fine that's associated with violating it. I don't know that anybody in history has ever paid that fine in this city. Maybe they have. But the point is, it is a law, and we can say to each other and to our neighbors, did you know it's against the law to allow your puppy to mess on somebody's property that's not yours? That makes a difference. There's other laws, for example, that, like the noise ordinance, that the police department is not proactive on. They don't go around driving around with their windows rolled down looking for noise. They respond on a complaint basis. And generally when they respond, they take a fairly gentle approach, is to go to the property, measure the sound. They can do that. They can speak with the person who's involved, who's in charge of that, creating the noise, and ask them to turn it down, do something about it. And they don't have to get tough. Nobody needs to get fined. They can get results that way. Obviously, if the person persists or is chronic, the city has the law and can assess a fine that will be onerous to the person who's being fined. But it doesn't mean that it's a bad law just because there's ways of getting people to cooperate that doesn't result in fining people. So I think a lot of people in the city are naturally going to want to follow the law because a lot of people just say that's the way they believe about things. I think we'll get a lot of cooperation from people once the education gets going and people can understand what it is, what kind of things that they can put on their lawns that are benign. There are products out there, and I understand that there's products that even the chem lawns of this world can use that are organic and are not poisonous. At least that's what I've been told, and it's probably true. So I understand, I heard people say, oh gosh, this is going to pit neighbor against neighbor. Well, I just don't see that that's going to be a terrible problem. It may create occasional conflict between some neighbors, it's true, but we have that situation now where some people allow their properties to deteriorate, and the next door neighbors get upset and angry because they know they're in violation of the law, and they get angry at the city for not doing something about it, and they get angry at their neighbors, and they get angry at their council members for not doing things about that. And that's just, we try to do the best we can. But I don't see this as going to tear the community apart. I really don't. I think that there's been a little bit too much drama on all of this neighbor against neighbor kind of thing. With regard to the science, we've heard a lot of interesting testimony, both directions on this. I've been really impressed by it. But, as I listen to it and when I hear, well, we don't know exactly how bad the problem is. And we don't really know what the relationship is between pesticides and disease, illness, and and mortality, and all that sort of thing. But I don't know that if 20, 25 years from now we're going to know that, because frankly the chemical industry keeps producing new stuff. We'll never really get caught up on the whole thing. At some point in time, which is like now, we can simply say that nobody thrives on pesticides. Okay? They just don't. We don't know why people die, what causes people to get cancer. We know some of the causes, like smoking, but there's a lot of them that I lost my daughter less than 2 years ago at the age of 46 to cancer. We don't know why she got colon cancer. You could sort of say, well, maybe it was this, maybe it was that. Why do more kids getting autism these days than they used to? Why does it seem that more and more we're seeing diagnoses of ADD and ADHD among children? We don't really know. We can speculate. What about Lou Gehrig's disease or multiple sclerosis? We don't know what causes these things. But there's a lot of speculation that they're environmental causes. And it seems to me that, frankly, personally, this is where I'm standing, is that anything we can do to reduce pesticide risk anywhere, whether it's inside our house with spraying our house plants or outdoors or whatever we're doing, it's a step in the right direction. I guess I don't worry personally about weeds in lawns. If it's that big a problem, you really need to get rid of them, I would say to my neighbor, just get down on your knees with a spade and dig them up. It's going to be good for your good exercise. Or find something that's benign that you can use. Fourth, is that one of the things I want to see in this ordinance is that as a change of emphasis. A lot of the talk has been about the science and about the lack of enforceability, but I've heard very little talk other than, oh, well, we're going to educate people on this. I would like to be able to see this ordinance include money in our budget on an annual basis where the city will commit itself to spending money, literally spending real dollars on educating people, mailing information, first-class mail to every property owner each year, explaining what the pesticide laws are. I know we have turnover of residents here, and one of the things you need to do is you need to keep reminding people. You just can't say, "Oh, we sent them a piece of mail 2 years ago." You know, they should have memorized it, and we shouldn't have to do it. I would like to see money spent on making workshops available for people that want to learn more about how they can take care of their yard, and for training. I'd like to see us be very proactive and encourage. I mean, I was impressed by Mr. Pasternak, who spoke last week from Pepco about the financial incentives that they use to get people to save energy. Well, why can't we use financial incentives in the city of Tacoma Park to get people to buy the right stuff at the Ace Hardware and the Home Depot? Quite honestly, I can go in there, as I have, to Ace and look at the labels, and I have no clue what those were. You can't even pronounce the words, and there's an awful lot of information that isn't there. As pointed out, there's something called inert ingredients. And, you know, so who knows what that is? It's proprietary information. I don't know what's safe and what's not safe. It's sitting there on the shelf. I'm thinking, well, you know, how do I get educated? Well, I think most people there's a lot of people in the city that would just simply, and we heard some of them speak tonight, that they would simply like to know, tell me what it is I can use, tell me what it is I should try to avoid. Give me the names of these things, not the chemical names. What I'm thinking is, for example, couldn't the city provide coupons, say $5 off, and say, you can take this coupon and get $5 off on these kind of products, whether you shop at wherever you buy your stuff, at Benke's or Home Depot or Ace Hardware, and get people to understand that this is the stuff that I buy, that I can put on my lawn or whatever in my garden, that is benign, that isn't going to hurt turtles and birds and the goldfish in my pond, which I actually have had for 25 years, and that sort of thing. And I think if we emphasize the positive aspects of encouraging people, teaching people, enlightening them, so that then it'll become more like our recycling thing. Because, you know, there is actual penalty, as Tim Mayle reminded me, a class of infraction if you don't recycle in the city. I didn't know that. And I don't think anybody in the city knows that if you don't recycle, you're subject to some sort of penalty. We all do the recycling because we want to. And we understand common sense. It's not hard to understand why it's important to do it. The city likes it because obviously it saves the city money to do that, but most of us participate because we want to, because we understand the benefit of it. I don't see why this ordinance can't be the same thing. But I also do believe very strongly, having talked to a lot of people about this, that it is important to have some penalties involved. It doesn't mean that just because there's a penalty that we're necessarily going to be running around with the police or members of the Department of Public Works and chasing people down and tying them up and putting them in the back of police cars. But the law, having it there, gives us the right, gives the city the right to enforce the law when it becomes absolutely necessary, when all the other means of persuasion haven't worked. It gives the police or the authority to act, even though they may not do that. Let's just say, for example, with parking of commercial vehicles in public street, people do that all the time in violation of the city, but the police don't go out stomping people and telling them they need to not do that unless they get a complaint. And so then they go out and do it, and then the the car owner or vehicle owner says, well, why now? Why me? I've been doing this, and because then the police can say, hey, it happens to be the law. We have a right to do this. The existence of at least a nominal penalty makes people understand that if you do X, you're breaking the law. And it's a lot different to be able to say to somebody, and whether I say it to a constituent or a neighbor says it to a neighbor, when you allow your dog to mess where they're not supposed to, you're breaking the law. That's a lot different than saying, well, you're doing something that's not nice. So I think it's important that we have a law that has some teeth, even though they're may not be very ferocious teeth. And it also finally gives the city, people that live in the city, to actually say that we have a law, an ordinance that diminishes the use of pesticides. I think if we don't pass this ordinance, we're not going to be able to say that, and I'd like us to be able to say that. So that's been the essence of my thinking on this. I frankly think it'll work. I think it'll take time. It's going to education of people is going to be. It's going to take time. It's going to cost the city money to prepare, print, mail brochures, and to do all this kind of stuff. But I think we need to just face the facts that it's going to cost us some money. I don't think it's going to cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars. I don't think we're going to find ourselves standing in Montgomery County Circuit Court every month like we do with the property code and property maintenance code, because that's a horse of a different color entirely. But I do think that this is something that will work if we give it time. And I think, I'm not going to get down into the details about the existing draft of the ordinance, the actual chemicals and the precautionary principle and all that, which I don't really understand. I'm not sure we need it, but we can talk about that next week or at second reading.
Councilmember Grimes.
I have 4 high-level points and 7 detail points regarding wording. I will definitely say the 4 high-level points right now. I could save the 7 detail points regarding wording for a second round, or I can do them now. Do you have a preference?
Do them now.
Okay, fine. Well, okay. High-level points. I'll start with precautionary principle, which is the last thing that Councilmember Schultz mentioned, which is, and the mayor had said that he didn't like it. Other people have said they don't like it. I personally like it and believe it should be retained here as a rationale, as a justification for this ordinance. And if it's not clear, I favor moving forward. And I will note that the precautionary principle is invoked in a whereas clause. It is not part of the ordinance body itself. It doesn't become city code. It does set a precedent for future uses of the precautionary principle wherever in city ordinances, but it does not, once again, establish the precautionary principle as city policy. Point number 1. Point number 2, very briefly put, I hope no one will be offended if I'm brief. I believe in education backed by rules, as Washington, D.C. Councilmember Che said, for instance, and others have said. I have read materials on this, and I believe that I'm convinced that education on its own would not be as effective as education backed by rules. That's something I believe that Councilmember Schultz also said just now. Point number 3, at a high level, I am fine with Councilmember Mail's approach to the lists, having a list of specific substances and then including other lists created by other agencies. I don't feel real strongly about that, but I like it the way it is right now. High-level point number 4 is regarding enforcement, which seems to be one of the 2 biggest sticking points for opponents of the Safe Grow ordinance, along with what they see as a lack of science and local need established. Enforcement. I will start with one word there, which is bamboo. Just in the last day, council members have received email messages from 2 residents of the Westmoreland area that started off as questions about safe grow and then morphed into questions about bamboo, in particular bamboo that's growing on property, private property, encroaching on other private property. Those residents were not aware that it's actually illegal in city code to allow this, to have bamboo on your property and other substances like bamboo, plants like bamboo, that grows into a neighbor's property. I see that the Public Works Director, Darrell Braithwaite, is here. In the last few months, have directed her way two bamboo complaints in my own neighborhood, the Philadelphia Eastern neighborhood. One of them, a stand of bamboo on the grassy strip next to between the street and the sidewalk that had grown up quite substantially. It should have been the property owner's responsibility, well, not to let it grow there in the first place, but to remove it, and the city will do that instead. The city could have fined those residents, but I don't believe the city is going to. Similarly, there is bamboo growing in a paper street in my ward that is encroaching on nearby properties. The resident who is closest to the paper street likes it there because it provides a screening function. The city's not going in there and slapping all kinds of fines on the residents involved. The city's interest is in seeing the situation corrected. So there's a certain inconsistency. As I said, the people in the Westmoreland area who came to us with the bamboo complaint didn't see any problem with the cities having enforcement regarding bamboo that is encroaching from one property onto another, but somehow they still opposed the safe grow types of restrictions. So that's it for high-level points. On detail points, I will start with 3 points that residents of my ward, of my neighborhood, brought to me in a meeting with them, and I agreed to pursue them here. Number one is a reduction in fines to make safe grow a Class D civil infraction rather than Class B, as in an earlier draft. Councilmember Mail's revision already. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't finish with enforcement. I'm going to jump back to finish with that. Councilmember Mail added the requirement that property owners post their use of pesticides, and I do see that that is a mechanism that will ease the enforcement burden when we actually get to that point. And further, we don't get to that point with penalties for 2 years. We have a year to develop an education campaign. That gives us plenty of time to develop the enforcement mechanisms in the detail that they're going to be needed when they will actually go into effect. Okay, back to reducing fines. Councilmember Mail's revision already changed the initial infraction for an individual private property owner to Class D. He has Class B in there for repeat infractions. That is a step in the direction of the fine reductions to Class B over Class D overall that it was asked. I want to find out if I'm not advocating this. I am comfortable with what Councilmember Mail put in his revision. If any other council members would wish to further reduce the fines. I don't see anyone jumping up. Secondly, my constituents asked that the ban be limited, or I should say suggested that if we're going to do a ban, that it be limited to EPA-restricted substances, which they note only Maryland state licensed applicators may apply right now, so that the ban would apply only to applicators, commercial applicators who would no longer be allowed to apply EPA-restricted substances. I don't get the sense that other council members are in favor of that. Is anyone? I hate to sound like I'm just doing an exercise that's meaningless here, but it's kind of the way it is. The third of these suggestions from my constituents actually does bear some deeper consideration, I think, which is the suggestion that for individual property owners that there be a mandatory warning on first offense in city code. So this is in keeping with the thought that we're not out to smash anyone, to find people who might be ignorant of this law. What we're out to do is to educate people and reduce the use of pesticides. We would be forgiving here. And I'll note that this is in keeping with the kind of discretion that enforcement officials play with all the time. You're pulled over for speeding, and you have some kind of explanation that the police officer accepts, you can be let off with a warning. This would make a warning mandatory. I have mixed feelings about that, but I agreed to bring it to the council, and I could see doing this, I could see not doing it. I'm curious if my colleagues have any reactions.
Can I just ask a question
question of the city attorney or the city staff, which is, do the staff always maintain the discretion to do something less than what, so if it says Class B, can you always do a warning, or can you do a Class B, or are you stuck with Class D or warning, or are you just stuck with Class, whatever we specify?
Well, there's prosecutorial discretion, they call it. So the city officer has discretion whether to issue a warning or a citation. We have the ability to settle citations and accept some penalty less than what would be imposed under the classification of the violation, and the judge also has the discretion to impose some fine less than the maximum fine.
I don't think we're getting to a situation where we're contemplating a situation where a judge would be involved. I'll mention that I had a research assistant contact authorities in Ontario to find out about their enforcement experience, and after several years of their ban being in effect, it is different from ours, as noted. It covers much more than lawns. As Mr. Lanz has noted, it also bans the sale of many substances. They had an average of 250 violations a year for a population of 11.5 million. I don't anticipate many cases of taking this stuff very far, but in particular what the Ontario Ministry of the Environment official reported to my research assistant was that they approach each case on an individual case-by-case basis. I do envision that the City of Tacoma Park would do what I described with the Public Works Department doing with these bamboo situations, which is to take steps to ensure compliance rather than to take steps to impose fines and penalties where they were not needed. I did ask my council colleagues if they had an opinion about mandatory warnings, though. Anyone?
I would just weigh in. You really want my opinion?
Yes, I do.
And say that if it makes a difference in getting us to a final draft and keeping on schedule, then sure. And I particularly, the way I would see it work would be a fine at the first offense, what we have drafted now, a Class B at the second offense, a Class D at the third offense. City staff may have, and the Public Works Director specifically, may have guidance on, what level of fine becomes, sort of meaningful enough for the city to pursue it if there's really repeated violations. And I don't know whether that's Class B or Class D, but anyway, that's the way that I would see it. I prefer it the way it's written now, which is a warning period for some period of time, and then moving to Class B, Class D, but I could also go there.
Okay, that's fine, and I defer the three of my colleagues are not interested in this particular topic, so why don't we skip this? Okay, now getting on to particular wording, I'm going to refer to sections here in Tim Mail's version of the ordinance, in particular 1428.050. In two places, it says, I'm going to read the second one, which is paragraph C2B. It shall be illegal for property or owner or tenant to apply restricted pesticides for lawn care purposes on private property in the city. I would amend that to public or private property in the city, noting that the grass strip between the sidewalk and the street is public property, and that a homeowner is responsible for maintaining that property. Similarly, the change would be made in, this is on page 5 toward the bottom, in C1A. Public or private property, and then on page 6 in C2B, public or private property. Is that an acceptable amendment?
Yes.
Okay. The next 3 points I have are all ones where I would ask the city attorney, if the council agrees that they require examination, that the city attorney take them up and revise the language, do an appraisal and revise the language if he sees it as necessary. They are in 1428.050A. That is on the middle of page 5, where it currently says it is unlawful for any city agent or employee to use restricted pesticides for lawn use. A constituent raised the question about applying penalties of this ordinance to city employees. The person is an attorney. I played with the words here, and also the grammar is fractured in this section. What I'd ask the city attorney to do is to evaluate whether the word unlawful is appropriate here and to perhaps clean up the language. I do think that the words on public or private land could be stricken here, whatever the word is, as unnecessary. But so I would ask the city attorney to look at 1428-050A to see about the proper wording for a prohibition on city employees or agents using pesticides without the requiring the city manager's approval. Is that okay? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Next one. Right. This one is important. In 1428-060, exceptions, the earliest drafts of this ordinance had an exclusion for mosquitoes, and in particular, we'd also want to extend that to ticks. I thank another of my constituents for bringing to my attention that it's not there now. I've run this by Councilmember Mayle and Mayor Williams, and so what I'd ask is that the city attorney come up with language to be added to 1428-060 for an exclusion for, you can use these words or however you want, disease-carrying insects including ticks and mosquitoes. I don't think that's going to be controversial. Okay. And then the last is really a question directed to the city attorney. Other ordinances, other sections of city code carry a final clause, which is an enforcement clause that says essentially, this is the abbreviated form of it, the city administration shall develop an enforcement mechanism, or the city administration shall have the power to enforce this ordinance. I'm wondering whether something like that is necessary here. This is a case where, again, in a much earlier draft of this ordinance, there was an enforcement clause. So I'm asking you whether that would be a helpful addition here. And so again, that would be a final clause that would say the city manager or the city administration shall develop an enforcement mechanism, or something to that effect.
Yes, I mean, I think we can. We do specify the that there are violations.
You specify. I mean, sorry, we specify the violations here, but we don't. People have said we don't say how we're going to enforce this. We don't say here that there will be an enforcement mechanism developed. So that's what I'm saying now. Should code include that the, for instance, the final paragraph here applies to waivers. The city manager or his or her designee may promulgate regulations establishing waiver applications. This is something that would be directly analogous to that, saying the city manager and designee may create enforcement mechanisms.
But I think in 1428-040A, we do authorize any regulations necessary for the enforcement. We can break that out.
You're right.
Though.
I see that now. I missed that, obviously. I probably wrote that, actually, in one of the earliest drafts. It looks familiar. Okay, so that answers that question. Cool. That's it for me.
Can I just respond to one point that Councilmember Grimes made, bear in mind, which is one place where it talks about the city manager may authorize city staff to apply pesticides on public or private land to promote the public interest. I don't, this is a hypothetical, but if there's some sort of infestation that is on public land, it's fairly obvious that the city staff could be authorized to do something there. But I think it's less obvious that they could also do that on private land. But there might be circumstances where you'd want them to be able to do it on private land.
I mean, there's a question there. Is the city in emergency, let's call it circumstances, allowed to do things like take actions on private lands? I'm not talking about firefighters here or police officers where it's clear, but for a situation like this.
In this context, I don't think that certainly my understanding of the ordinance wasn't authorizing emergency entrance onto somebody's property and treatment. I think
it's fine to strike it. I think
think that's why you drafted it that
I'm
way.
relying on the city. I mean, you could think about it. You don't have to answer it right this minute if you want to consult, whatever references or your colleagues or whatever. And
Right,
come back.
I'm trying to think of an analogy. I don't know the answer off the top of my
Why don't you
head.
look in? It would be great if you'd look into that.
Sure.
That's it for me. Thank you.
If I could just mention one thing, there have been so many drafts, I'm not sure what happened to the language about the disease-carrying insects, but it may be that because we've moved to just lawn care pesticides, that's not necessary. But if it is,
we did have something in earlier drafts about destructive insects, and I think it specified termites there. Now, you're not going to get do termites build mounds and lawns? I don't know, but the real concern is ticks and mosquitoes. So that is a potential lawn concern.
It's true, though, neither of them have larvae or hang out in mowed lawns. I didn't oppose it. I'm just saying it.
Well, some people have lawns that are not. I mean, we had a exchange earlier about what a lawn is, and city code does allow people to have grass, conventional grass up to 10 inches long, and so on, and you can get ticks in that, and standing water in a lawn that would allow the breeding of mosquitoes. That's actually not an infrequent type of problem where there's poor drainage in what would be considered a lawn area.
I have that problem now in Ward 5.
So it sounds like
I don't know of any harm to having it in there. I was just explaining what might have happened to.
That's so. If you'd figure out a way to stick it back in there, that'd be great.
Councilmember Daniels Cohen.
I just have a short something to say. I think you've got this document that's pretty inclusive with lots of words and hard to understand. I'd like to, I call it the KISS method, and I know some of you aren't going to believe the words I'm going to use, but it's keep it sweet and simple. You need to rewrite this for people like me. I know one of the folks that testified tonight said, I don't understand this. This is it's pretty zooey, and she needs to know what you can use, what you can't use, and probably what just even if it's just a little card that says what this is going to be. If I don't do the right thing, I'm going to have to I'll get a warning, then I'll get the $25 and the $50 and the $1,000 or whatever. But keep it sweet and simple. Make it, I don't want to say a card for dummies because I don't mean that, but something that's easy, real easy for a resident to understand. And that's it from me. You all have heard a lot.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. I'm going to ask my questions and address them to Councilmember Mail and Councilmember Grimes. My first question is, we have the list of the banned chemicals, but it says that the city manager will provide a list of approved products. Are those going to be brand names, or are those going to be chemicals that are approved?
I thought the language that we used in here referred to that the manager would provide both. I'd have to quickly look up the language. So both their formulations and commercial products as well as the active ingredients, I thought was the way we had drafted it.
I have a comment, which is that as Eric Lichtenberg, who was here earlier this evening, remarked, I believe it was Eric Lichtenberg, that toxicity is typically a matter of dosage or the amount, and certain substances which might be natural and innocuous in normal uses might be not innocuous in misuses and so on. I could see where there would be particular chemicals that would be listed that could be misused. I don't have a so you asked whether we would list actual, say, commercial product names rather than just chemical compounds. I'd say it's something that bears looking into because of the potential different types of uses of a given substance. Sorry, I'm going to keep the floor for a second more. We had at a previous meeting someone come up and say if you use cornstarch, it's it's a natural substance, but if you put too much on there, it's going to run off and cause nitrogen pollution in the waterways and so on. And that's an example there. Frankly, I think that is a way overblown statement that was made to attempt to derail things here. So I guess what I'm saying is that when we do, I guess my conclusion is that when we do create a list of recommendations, it include things like product names and also the limits of the parameters for the application of those substances.
Okay, thank you.
If I can just add on that real quick, my sense was that the only precise way to do it was to list the ingredients you can put, for example, something after it as a name, but you end up with many different product names holding the same ingredients, so you can't just go with product names.
It's corn gluten, not cornstarch.
Okay. My other question is, how often will the list be updated? Because we don't say. Are we going to update them once a year?
I think we can provide direction if we need to include that in here. I was going to suggest to say something like either once a year or once every 2 years.
Okay. All right. Were you going to say something, Seth? Okay. I have reservations using the precautionary principle. I don't think it's needed. I don't think we should set the precedent at this time. What I would like to see added is metrics on whether or not us approving this ordinance, how it will impact Sligo Creek. We can have an organization like Friends of Sligo Creek take a baseline of what's in the creek right now, and then every year or every 2 years we can authorize testing to see, one, if our ban has improved the situation in the creek, but also make sure that there isn't any unintended consequence that has occurred by us, promoting some other type of substance that should be used on lawn care. And that's it. Thank you.
Did the city manager have some comments you wanted to make? And then I'll go to Councilmember Mail again.
Yeah, I just wanted to I think I've heard a few times, three things that I think from the city's perspective we care tremendously about, which is enforcement, legal liability, and fiscal impact. I'll start with fiscal impact. We did look at sort of a preliminary fiscal impact. I think we would appreciate, based upon this discussion, going back and refining it a little bit. But I think that the larger headings are probably going to be fairly similar. That we're going to need some legal, and obviously with the revised timeline, we've sort of got a 2 or 3 year ramp up phase. But I think certainly in the first year or so, there's going to be a need to do legal review. There's going to need some consultant time to get together some of the materials that we're actually going to be putting together as it relates to the educational campaign. The other thing that I just wanted to mention about that is that just putting together the administrative regulations is going to take a little bit of time. So I want to make that just clear, I think, from the city's perspective right now that turning this on instantly is going to take a little bit of time, some months likely, for us to work through some of the administrative things to make it, I think, as we've heard from council today, to make it simple for residents to understand exactly what it is they're supposed to be complying with this sort of new regulation, as we would for any other regulation that has been proposed. Second, legal liability. I know that we have sort of begun a conversation with the city's attorney's office. We had a few questions around testing and legal liability from the city. I think I heard one other question that I think we will address with the city's attorney around legal liability as it relates to some vendors as well, just to make sure that we've covered all basis. I think everybody agrees we want to walk in with our eyes closed if this actually does move forward. And then finally, enforcement. I know that the city's attorney also provided some information, which I think is in the packet, around enforcement. I think that, again, based on this conversation, we're just going to have to go back from an administrative perspective and see exactly how we put together an enforcement and what the parameters are for that enforcement, because this is a bit of a unique situation in some ways. I mean, in other ways, we've got all kinds of other situations, I think, in the city where we do enforcement of things that happen on private property, not just on public property, that we can look at as it relates to examples. So I just wanted to say that.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember Mayo.
Thank you. Just a few comments. There is some harm in allowing the exception for mosquitoes and biting insects, and the harm is that then any substance can be used to control them, to spray over your lawn, because there are mosquitoes lurking in your lawn, right? So you can then spray any insecticide you want over your lawn because there are mosquitoes there. I'm not saying I oppose that, but I just wanted to make clear that there are very clear effects of doing that, of adding that exemption in. So any insecticide at all could then be broadcast over a lawn if that's what you're doing, if that's what you're trying to control. So that's a really meaningful change, addition back in here. I know why it's important. In terms of the list, let me back up. I haven't heard anyone suggest that the revised version, the July 7th version or July 5th version, that anybody's unhappy with that. So it seems like we're good to go with that revised version, just in terms of direction for staff for the next step. Councilmember Schultz raised the issue of clear funding, and I support that idea. I think the way I would do it is to not, rather than putting it into an ordinance, I just don't know if in code we specify sort of funding in different sections of the code very often, but I'd certainly support doing a budget amendment for this next year that sets aside some initial amount to start early education, and with clear intent from council to keep doing that. I very much support that idea. Councilmember Smith talked about metrics or testing. I think metrics could be trying to figure out use information, tracking, violations or citations or visits or anything else for us, and then could be something like testing. And I think doing it side by side with the rest of the system rolling out, I think, would make a lot of sense. Again, somebody pointed out earlier, we have 2 years during which this is rolling out. It's a fairly slow process, so there's a lot of time to look at it, to tweak it, and so forth. One other comment I'd make, two other comments I'd make. The first is that we specify a lot of things in here. I would note to Councilmember Daniels Cohen's point, I did a quick word count of the recycling ordinance. The recycling ordinance is half the length of this, right? But at the end of the day, you bring your recycling out to the curb. You look at the city website, you figure out what it is that's recycled, you put it in your yellow bin, stuff gets taken away, you put it back in your house. I mean, we're doing something, I think, pretty complicated in just twice as many words in the language we have now. And I expect that where the simplification comes, just as it does with recycling and many other policies we have, is with subsequent staff implementation. And I'd say that's where a lot of the sort of specifics of, how frequently education materials will be provided, or whether trade names, Roundup, will be provided on the list, or whether it's only going to be glyphosate. Those sorts of things I sort of trust. I trust the staff to get those things right to some extent. In some cases, like maybe it is important to specify, update list once every 2 years or something. I get that, but there are other places where I just expect our very competent city staff will start implementing this correctly. And I think the last major point that I'm still not quite clear on, and I recognize that it's difficult, is the issue of lists. So we have the version that's drafted right now, which includes 20 substances called out, 20 pesticides called out by name, and then 3 additional lists, some of which I think are very short.
20 pesticides by ingredient.
By ingredient, right, right. Then another approach is to replace that all with, or to add to that, the Ontario list of Class 9 cosmetic list. And yet another option on the table would be to eliminate the list of 20 specific ingredients and just have reference 4 lists. And so those are the 4 ideas in my mind.
What's the overlap? Or is there?
There's a lot of overlap, and I won't pretend to have looked through it exhaustively. But for example, as I said, on the list of 20-ish substances we have here, 12 are on the Canadian, the Ontario list. 3 of them are on, I think it's one of the EPA lists. So there is a bunch of overlap. If you took away that list of 20, you would get coverage. You would cover almost every. If you used the 4 lists, if you reference just the 4 lists, you would cover almost every one of those 20 substances. And I apologize that I don't know which ones would be left off.
And no matter whether we used 1 list or 4 lists for the source, the city would publish the list not as those pieces, but as here's the city's list, 1 list.
1 list, right.
We might want to specify that would be done every July 1st or something like that, and that would be it for the whole of the year following. That would reduce some confusion, also the need to revise educational materials mid-year and so on and so forth.
Except that people are going to be using these chemicals probably in spring, summer, fall, not in the winter. Therefore, do January 1st, and you're not changing them mid-year.
So if that's acceptable, then perhaps the city attorney could insert that language.
So I guess the approach that I'd favor right now is to mention the 4 lists, to talk about a January 1st or some January date for providing a single list back to residents, the community.
Yeah, so if I can suggest where I think we're going so that we can wrap this up. Tell me where if there's disagreement with this, I'll attempt to say this is where we're going. We're going to use the July 5th version with certain changes. I think I've heard a majority of the council say to remove the precautionary principle.
Can we actually vote on that?
Sure. But let me just run through here. I'll take a stab and say people would be happy with the 4 lists that Councilmember Mayle suggests, consolidated into 1 list as the city list and republished every January 1. And the addition of the changes to add public or private in 3 places, adding the language for the insects, pests, the emergency, figuring out what emergency language should go in 14.28.050A, and then any additional information that staff provides when we come back to this next week on enforcement, fiscal impact, education materials, money, and metrics. But those would not be in this ordinance.
1425.040A was not necessarily emergency language. It would be what kind of, how would the restriction on city employee and agent use be better worded?
Right. So if there are any of those that people want to take a minute and modify or question or vote, I thought I heard 4 on the precautionary principle. So how many people? How many people want to remove the precautionary principle? Okay, that's 5. Okay. Anything else?
Can I just suggest one amendment? If we're going to be updating the list on January 1st every year, under 1428.030, which is the outreach and education section, we talk about outreach materials shall provide a list of minimum risk pesticides. So that's the sort of the good list. And I would just suggest we update that one on that same basis as well.
Good point. Anything else?
Well, I have another point.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So it occurred to me, as Councilmember Mail was mentioning, the misuse of pesticides, saying that they were applied to control mosquitoes or ticks, and, well, they really weren't for something else. We do have this posted notice requirement on page 6 in 1428.050.2C. That actually doesn't say that the posting is, does it say that the posting is, would not apply to the pesticides applied in the case of an exemption?
So it would
In
apply-
other words, we have 4 exemptions in here already, 4 exemptions in here already. We'd be adding one for certain insects. Would a person would have to post a use of a pesticide in the case of an exemption?
Yeah.
And yeah.
So that would be a way to evaluate whether this exemption was being misused or at least
Yes.
frequently used.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good point.
And I think at this point, too much detail like that is too much to do at 2 minutes of midnight.
Can I just
I would
ask
caution. Yes.
one question
And
that I
I'm
don't
not
think has
forgetting
been
Thank you. Appreciate it.
discussed, and that is, what about the state spraying of mosquitoes that we've had in the past?
They don't
State
That
listen
area.
to us.
Huh?
They don't listen to us.
I know.
Well, there is language in here about
Other levels
city
of
staff are
government.
encouraged to reach out to other government agencies, informing them of this.
Okay.
That's as much as we can do.
Councilmember Schultz.
I want to comment that Councilmember Daniels Cohen talked about keeping this thing simple,
Sweet and simple.
sweet and simple, and I'm in the same boat she's in on this, because I understand from an ordinance point of view the importance and the necessity of listing ingredients, the chemical names of things. Well, that isn't going to be of any use to anybody that lives in this city. It may be good for the staff to understand that, and the people that are, knowledgeable. And it's awkward and maybe inappropriate, on the other hand, for the city to start identifying things by brand names. We could get ourselves into some trouble, possibly, by doing that. So I wonder if it's not possible for us to prevail upon some non-governmental organization in the city to take it upon themselves to sort of say, okay, we're here to help translate this complicated ordinance into plain English, so that when you go to Ace Hardware down on Laurel Avenue, you know what you're actually looking for. Can we talk to the owners of the local hardware stores, the one up in Silver Spring, whatever, I forget it's Snow Snyder's, and say, hey, we got this ordinance. Would it be possible for you, we're not asking you not to sell stuff, you can sell everything you want to sell, but just over here say, these are the ones that will be okay with the City of Tacoma Park ordinance. So that when I go in there and I want to look at something to use, I don't have to take the ordinance with me and hold it up and say, do you have anything for sale that's not on this list? I mean,
We can do
let's just
that,
try-
but we don't have to put it in the ordinance.
I know, we don't have to put it in the ordinance. That's my point. And not everything has to be in this ordinance. But we do need to be, and I keep saying this, and I'm not sure I'm getting through to anybody, we have to be proactive on this thing. I mean, sure, the enforcement part has to be clear and legally defensible, but we've also got a job not only to educate, but to market this thing. If people don't understand it, and they say, gosh, and we heard this from a number of people in the tonight before, people are confused, they're worried that, they might be very innocently breaching the law, and they don't want to breach the law.
I think that's a good point, Fred.
And we got to figure out how we're going to make this thing very simple for everybody, including myself. I mean, I think I'm a pretty smart guy, but I'm not up here being on the city council because I'm smarter than anybody else. I'm up here because I'm willing to do something no one else is willing to do, and that's about the big difference.
I think it's a good idea, Fred, but I think after 6.5 hours, I don't want to do it tonight.
No, I'm just saying this is something that we need to be thinking about before we finish our work on this. And we can look to staff to put their heads together and say, can staff work and think of creative ways in which to promote this thing and use the positive spin and not just sort of go, grr, if you don't do this, you're going to be in trouble. Okay? I mean, it's got to be a proactive thing so that people can understand it, they can get excited about it, they can feel comfortable that they're in compliance, and they can brag about it.
One of the things I know very quickly, one of the things we've sort of put into our cost estimate is some consultant help, and I think that consultants will be very helpful in terms of helping to market and translate this into something that is fantastic. I know city staff is extremely talented. They're extremely talented on many different issues, and so where we can get some additional resources, I would love to be able to use that to help, as Councilmember Schultz said, make this very clear and easy for people to implement.
This is just very quick about the recycled program. I think Daryl was here when it first started, and in order for it to work, she had, I believe, now I may be making this up, she had to ride on the truck and make sure that what was supposed to be recycled was recycled. No, you never did that?
Yes, she did.
You did, I know, that's what I thought. Because nobody had recycled before, and people didn't understand what that meant. So education, while it's not the only thing, right now we all, except for those triangle sixes, polyurethanes gets recycled either one place or another. I'm leaving. I'm being quiet
We
now.
called her the recycling police.
I'm done.
Councilmember Mayo, final 30 seconds.
Final 30
I can't
seconds.
hear you.
I hear Councilmember Schultz on trying to make this as easy for people as possible, but many of these compounds are highly toxic with very specific warning labels that if you don't follow, you're breaking federal law by applying them the wrong way. So, to the extent that our rule actually makes people think, I've got to actually read this, it's a really good thing. There's, severe eye irritants on our list. There's things that, zero exposure to children shouldn't be used during. There's really important stuff on those labels, and most people probably don't read them. And so, sort of a balance between things that actually make people look at those directions. It's really important. We're not going to get
If I
perfect
took the time
compliance.
to read them, I'd never buy the stuff. And I'm going to buy the stuff, so why bother to read it?
If you took the time to read them, you'd probably be 6'4".
We're adjourned.
Yahoo, Yahoo.